rubbing in some fresh rubber on the back of it. We got boy, do we have an exciting day for you. We've got all types of classes. We've got hot rod, stock, quick rod, super stock, super rod, top sportsman, top dragster, factory stock as well for today. Hopefully around noon, we're going to have the John Holt Hemi shootout. I'll get it out there. And then we'll start into eliminations. We actually at 3 o'clock this afternoon for all you out there on live stream. Back in the pit area, we're going to shoot for a 3 o'clock opening ceremony. And right after our opening ceremony, we're going into top alcohol funny car and top alcohol dragster. And one fun class we are really going to have, and I'm looking forward to this one, snowmobiles. And these, as I understand, these sleds are super, super fast. And then we'll have Pro Stock, Mountain Motor Pro Stock, Pro Nitrous, Pro Mod, Top Fuel Harleys. These things are bad fast and wicked. 1,000 horsepower Harley Davidsons. They are a real treat. And then we'll go into professional Nitro funny car and Top Fuel later on. So we got a great schedule for you today, and just looking forward to just a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful day. You can see the beautiful sunshine just raining down from the heavens here at Darana Raceway. And forecast looks great for today and tomorrow. And what makes it better is everybody out there on the live feed. You tuning in, we sure do appreciate it. Appreciate it. All you folks out in the pits, you can tune in as well if you like. And we also got a Jumbotron for you back in the pit area as well. And they're going to be moving that around a little bit so that everybody can just jump in there and take a peek at that if they'd like to. That's a lot of fun. I was out there when they were setting that up this morning. Great people on staff here. And the electricians that were setting it up, man, those are some very, very fine individuals, highly, highly skilled and very well trained. Good people. We are getting ready to bring Hot Rod out under the tower momentarily. This is our 1090 class, and this is going to be their first hit. It's a test and tune, or just for them, it's just to see how they are going to need to set up their cars and how close they can get to that 1090 without going quicker. If they run a 1089 during eliminations, that's a disqualification. And we've got a few 90 classes like that, a 1090, 990, and an 890, and we'll be talking about that. The morning runs here are all going to be test and tunes or qualifying passes up until about, we'll see here how long it takes. And we'll be making adjustments to our schedule as need be, and hopefully we can stay on schedule. I see the first car of the day. First pair coming up to the water box as Mojo wets down the water box so they can get those tires cleaned off and get them hot and sticky here at 8:25 a.m. at Darana Raceway. Here we go. Man, this is exciting. Been looking forward to this for months. Pete Madura coming in on the left side. Comes out of North Tonawanda, New York. 1990 Cavalier. Ron Foss in the third gen Camaro, right side. Worried about that right now. That's just going to be information and data for the drivers. They're wanting to get their cars set up so they can run as close to 1090 as they possibly can without going quicker. So I'll be calling out some numbers, and the wind light doesn't mean everything. It's for this particular time, although we will be watching. Pete gets out good. Ron gets out good on our first pair. Ron's going to get down there first. He had a 35 on the reaction time. He goes across a little quicker than the 1090. He runs a 1065 and a 137, so he's going to back that thing way down. Pete runs 1081 and a 6 at 138. He's going to need to back down as well, just a little bit. Next pair is Rob Foss. He's over in the square body S10 on the left side. Ray Miller in the flamed Chevy Monza. Rob and Ray looking good, clean and green, getting started. Ray Miller, right lane, 006 reaction, 26 for Rob in the left lane. Both those guys are a little quicker than the 1090. Rob in the left lane is a 1088 and a 1. Ray, 1087 and a 2. So both those guys will back it down just a little bit, and they'll be ready to go for first round. Scotty Reinshield in the split bumper Corvette here on the right side, and Frank Jenkins over in that left lane. All right, you saw Frank in that left lane. He left a red bulb hanging behind him. We're not going to worry about that right now. He was 6th out too quick getting started, but for this run, that's okay. Scotty 004 getting started. He runs down. Oh, man, Scotty, you're going to be happy when you see that time slip. 1090 with a 2. That's a total of, that's a nice 6-pack getting started here Friday morning. Frank, he goes 1091 with a 2. That's a 12 above. Those guys are going to be right in the ballpark getting ready. Scotty is ready. Scott Wisened in the 69 Chevelle in the left lane. Rudy Matthews in the 69 Camaro. Right side. So Wisened with the 69 Chevelle and Matthews with the 69 Camaro. Scott takes off a little bit too quick. Rudy Matthews, 1/1000th from a perfect light up front, 001. He goes down and clicks the beams at 1090 with an 8. That's a nice 9-pack. That right lane is producing some nice runs here in the morning. Scotty, he's going to have to back it down a little bit. 1062 and a 3 at 133. Tim Shuck now here on the left lane alongside Denny Napier. Denny comes to us out of the Dallas, Texas area. Used to be a local racer, lived just up the road in a place called Pataskala, and he moved due to a work transfer. He moved down to the Dallas area. He runs out of the Team Eckert stable. And Tim Shuck, he's been around. Everybody knows Big Tim. Here I go talking about Denny. What's he do? 9 times out of 10, when I say something nice about somebody, they go red. I'm glad it was in qualifying. Denny put a 15 red bulb up. He runs 1086 and a 9. Tim Shuck, 44 up front. Tim Shuck is ready to rock and roll. 1090 with an 8 on the first pass. Robbie Sesko, he's in the left lane in that 3rd gen F body. Kenny Underwood, he's on the right side with the 2nd gen F body. Quick Rod, we are ready for you, please. Quick Rod, Quick Rod, Quick Rod. Lanes 3 and 4. Quick Rod, lanes 3 and 4. Super stock, that puts you on deck. Kenny Underwood, 16 reaction up front, 1088 and a 2. Looking good up front. He'll back off a little bit. Robbie, 44 up front. He runs 1095 and a 1 for his first pass down the left lane. Mike Ruzicka in this 1970 Duster that has the body panel smooth as can be. The paint is about a mile deep when you get up and look on it. He's here on the right side. Kobe Watson, young man. He's just headed into his junior year of high school. He's been competing out here doing a fabulous job with these professional racers. He is stepping up his game, doing a fine job. Here I go brag on him. What happens? 001 on the red side. I'm going to have to quit doing that. Mike Ruzicka, 16 on the good side. Kobe, he's still a great young man. Comes from a great racing family. He's about 100th under. He runs 1089. Mike, 1094 and a 2, 138. 16 up front for Mike. Sean Pitts is on the left side. He's in a 2000 Camaro. Alex Miller in another one of those cool-looking Chevy Monzas. Those were a really hot car 50 years ago, those Monzas were, and today I still love them every bit as much as I did back in the 70s when I was a kid. Quick rod, quick rod, quick rod. Need you to lanes 3 and 4, please. Quick rod to 3 and 4. Clean and green, they're strong and gone. Headed toward Refugee here on this bright sunny morning. Alex Miller in that right lane with a 12 up front. Runs 1092 with a 2. Sean, he's 35 on the reaction. He goes 1086 and a 2. Oh, Brent, thank you for jumping in there. We'll keep you up to date and get you here when you need it. Cobra Mustang, right lane, booking it down through there. 55 up front. That's Tom Loskett out of South Park, Pennsylvania there in the left lane. A little bit of a red light up there. And he's going to need to make a few adjustments as he runs 11:14 with a 3 in that left lane. And the Mustang is definitely going to need to back it down, seeing how this is a 1090 class. I take it back. I beg your pardon. We just shifted. We went right into stock, and I didn't catch it. I beg your pardon, folks. That was Tom's an E-stock automatic. My bad. Vance Cummins coming in here on the left side. Another E-stock automatic out of Grand Ledge, Michigan. Third gen Copo taking that right lane. This is not the 1090 class. This is the stock class. Oh, that was a red light and a breakout for me. Right lane, 9:29 and a 2, 11:27 and a 7.
Again, quick rod, you should be on your way to 3 and 4. We are in the middle of stock first round time shot qualifying. We need quick rod.
Paul Boster, left side, 2000 Corvette, 63 up front, 1048 and a 6. That's a C stock automatic. Mike Taylor out of Somerset, Kentucky. He's in a K stock, 1171 and a 4 for Mike Taylor. Mike Fenton coming in that Cuda, red Cuda on the right side. And Steve Tuck out of Richfield, Ohio, 66 Chevy 2, left lane. Fenton running an A-stock automatic, comes out of West Lafayette, Ohio. Steve's running a D-stock. Steve had a 73 green light up front. Decent reaction there. He runs 1069 and a 9. Fenton in the right lane, 1034 with a 0, 127 miles an hour. And Stevie T runs 122.47. Steven Zomi in the Dodge Dakota pickup truck, running a K-Stock automatic class here, right lane. And Mike Hours out of Xenia, Ohio, in the 71 Mopar in the left lane. You like Mopars? You got two of them on the starting line right now. And Steve bumps in. We got the bulbs lit and the trees dropping. Good run here. About 40 separating. Steve's got a 55 reaction in the right lane. Mike Hours 15 reaction in that Mopar in the left lane. 11:32 and a 2 for the Mopar in the left lane. 11:96 with a 7 for the pick-em-up truck of Steve. Brian Merkel just up the road in Johnstown, Ohio. A-stock automatic in the right side in that Pontiac. 2000 Firebird Pontiac. Denix Whiteshey, Lewis Center, Ohio. 73 Dart Sport. F-stock automatic. .38 reaction for Whiteshey in left lane. 13 for Merkel. Brian at right lane goes 10.64.9, 108 miles an hour. Dennis 11:38 and a 7, 114 miles per hour.
I bet that's just one.
How about that red split bumper Corvette in the left lane? That's Mr. Decker pulling those wheels, setting them down just past the 60-foot cone. 41 reaction. Nice job there. Runs 10.60 and a 7, 123 miles per hour. Red Fox body is going to take another single. He's down the left side. Nice looking Fox body too. Quick Rod, you're going to be up next. If you're not here in the lanes, you should be. Super Stock, you're on deck for just a moment.
Attention in the pit. Super stock. 1 and 2. Super stock 1 and 2. Is that correct? Lane? I think so. Super stock 1 and 2. Again, super stock 1 and 2. Final call. Quick Rod. Quick Rod, you should already be in the lane. Super stock to 1 and 2, please.
All right, while Brent was saying that Fox body smacked that tree and chopped it good. 001, that's 1/1000th from a perfect reaction. Takes it through the big end at a 12.21 with a 4, 107.30 miles an hour. That's going to do it for our stock runs. Quick Rod is going to be coming under the tower momentarily. Once again, if you're coming up toward the starting line, for you to be up here and under the tower or anywhere near the starting line, you must have a red wristband. You must have a red wristband. We have very respectful, nice, wonderful security people up here, and they will be very nice about asking you to vacate the area. Also, professional drivers, if you have not turned in your bio sheet, it's early here, about 20 till 9. You can get those turned in at registration. They'll get them up here. Those are great for us. Brent and I I'll just call them what they are. They're cheat sheets for Mr. Carver and myself. That's what it is. We love you all, but honestly, we don't know all the background for you. So if you could help us out with that, we would say thank you in advance, and our thank yous will thank you. It is breakfast time. Hot Rod Grill is open with their wonderful breakfast menu, great breakfast sandwiches, good coffee, and they even have biscuits and gravy. Oh, Quick Rod's going to be coming under the tower, and Super Stock, you should be headed to lanes 1 and 2 if you're not there already. Super Stock, you should be in the lanes already. That means Super Rod, you're on standby. You're on deck for now. Top Sportsman, Top Dragster, it won't be long before I call you. Same way with Factory Stock. Won't be too long. You're a little further down the list, but it won't be too long. Right now, Quick Rod's coming under the tower. Super Stock, please, to lanes 1 and 2. Super Rod, you're on deck. And Super Rod, that puts you on standby, please. Jason and Pat lining up. They finished up their burnouts. They're headed up toward the staging lanes. If you're out there in watching our online feed, hey, welcome and good morning to you. We're headed in to a great day of racing. So glad you're tuning in with us. If you're near, just within a few hours, you got time to come on out to Darana Raceway. Or you can make it out tomorrow. You can get tickets right at the gate. Get all your information on IHRA.com. We're having a great time out here. We've got a great group of drivers. Now, this is their first hit for the day. We're not into elimination. So Hardig left a red bulb on the left side, 003. We're not worried about that. He goes 892 and a 3. He wants to get as close to 890 as he can without going under. So he's got a good start there. He'll make a few adjustments. Pat Martin was a 005, which is a great reaction. He rose 69 above that 890 at 183. Those guys have got good data now to take them into eliminations. Tony Collier here on the right side. Hey, Super Rod. Need you to 5 and 6. Super Rod to 5 and 6, please. Super stock, you ought to be headed up already to 1 and 2, and super rod to 5 and 6. That puts Top Sportsman, Top Dragster on deck. 008 for that Dragster in the right lane. Quick reaction. Runs 12 above. That's an 891 and a 2, 178. Tony Collier, nice quick reaction, 017 reaction. He runs a little bit too quick. He's going to have to back it down a little bit. He runs 883 and a 5, 181 miles an hour. Got some good data to get started. Adjust their tune. Local driver here just down the road a little bit from Buckeye Lake. That's Mr. Rick Watson in the right lane. As his son Kobe looks on. Kobe was in the hot rod class. That left lane is a rear-engine dragster with a wing and a big block Chevy. 002, however, on the red side of the tree. Rick with a 49 on the good side. That left lane runs 886 and a 5. Rick goes 4 thou under that 890 and runs 889 and a 646. Williams Jr. is in the right lane, 005 on the reaction. That's Steve Eckert. He's patriarch of Eckert Racing. 019 there in that left lane. He runs 92 and a 5. 25 above, that's pretty decent. Troy, he takes it under a little bit there, about 44. He runs an 85 and a 673 miles per hour. Kendra Reinshield. Looks like it's going to be taking a single down the right side. She had a really good day yesterday, went to some late rounds. Kendra 002 on the red. Once again, don't worry about that if you're out there and you're watching and you're new to drag racing. Right now in our time trials and qualifying, red lights are not counted. And Kendra goes 41 above, 894 and a 169. She's got something good to work with. Donnie Hardman, he's in the lime green dragster here on the right side. And Dan Supa, he's over in that left lane in that good looking black dragster. Supa in that left lane leaves just a little bit too early, 28 too early in fact, but he's going to like that time slip in the ET 890. That's dead on with a 365. Donnie 26 on the reaction in that right lane, 894 and an 866. Adam Gerber right lane. Steve Taylor left lane, Top Sportsman. You're going from standby to 3 and 4. Top Sportsman to 3 and 4. Top Dragster will be calling you momentarily, not just yet. Steve Taylor in that left lane. He's very competitive in these 890 classes. always somebody to pay attention to. Adam Gerber's been around. Both know how to get the job done. Hopefully me bragging on them won't cause them both to red light. I'm going to keep track of that. 9 out of 10 times if I brag on the driver or say something good about them, they go red up front. Dadgummit, what did I tell you? Steve Taylor, 001 on the red side. I'm telling you, he's a great competitor. He goes red. Gerber was a 12 on the hit. 893 and a 6 for Taylor. Gerber goes across 894 and a 173.
One and two reds.
I think you're right about that. Hey, we're headed into another class here of door cars. It is super stock. All right, Chris Ruzicka is here on the right side, one of those Cobra Jets out of the Worrell stable. 45 up front, 909 with a 6. The right lane, you saw it run down through there, but there are no times. What that means is that driver left before the tree was actually activated on the right side, so there are no timed numbers, none whatsoever for that car. Rodney Worrell, speaking of the Worrell stable, here's your main guy, Rod Worrell. Left lane, Randy Eakins. Right lane, Randy leaves a red ball behind him. Rod with a nice, good 25 reaction in that brand new Cobra Jet. Matt Obertanik just finished that up just about 3 weeks ago. Rod goes 904 and a 2 at 150. Randy, even though he had a red bulb, he goes 998 and a 5. That's great data for him. Remember, we're not too worried about the red bulbs up front. Aaron Russell, 4th gen F-body, right side. Comes out of Washington Courthouse, Ohio. Not too far from here. Beautiful little city. Jeff Ross over in the left lane. That's a 73 Barracuda. If we were in eliminations, I'd be telling you 8 thou separate these two. They both had good, quick reactions. Clean and green for them both. Jeff, 73 up front in that left lane, 11-12 and a 5 at 118. Aaron Russell, 65 up front, 10 flat and a 6 at 133 miles an hour. Out of Mooresville, Indiana, driving that Superstock M automatic. It's a 78 Volare with a Plymouth 318 hanging between the rails out front. That's Bo Fowler in the left lane. Earl Rowe in that 3rd gen F body. It's an 88 Camaro, right side. He's from just down the road in Newark, Ohio. K automatic, 49 up front for Earl, 34 for Bo. Earl takes it across on the right side with a 1030 and an 8 at 129. Bo, 34 up front, 1088 and a 2, 119 miles an hour. John French. I said that wrong. It's not French, it's Fretch. Fretch, there is no N. He's got an 83 Z28 in the left lane, comes out of Cortland, Ohio. Andy Cronenbetter. If you were tuning in yesterday, you know he went to the final round yesterday and won. He's out of Millersport. He's actually about 4 miles down the road here. Him and his dad, Pat, run PK race cars. They build a lot of stock and super stock cars, and along with other classes as well. Great, great fabricators, beautiful people. He's running an 08 Cobalt with a Chevy 350. How about that Andy Cronenbetter in that Cavalier in the right lane, 008 reaction. You can see why he went to the finals yesterday, 954 and a 638. Fretch 41 up front, which is nothing to sneeze at, and 1074 and a 124. Bob Marshall, right lane. Mark Sanders in the 08 Cobalt. Mark's driving the second team car for PK Racing. Comes out of Harrison, Ohio. GTF automatic for Mark, and Bob has an A automatic. Bob Marshall there in the right lane, left a red bulb hanging behind him. There we go. Bob Marshall goes 945 and a 3 down that right side. Mark goes 968 down the left lane. That puts Mark in the number 4 spot, and that puts Bob in the number 7 spot. Bo's sitting at the top of the page. Takes it all the way down to Chris Ruzicka. Good cars in this class. Matt Dottis coming around, GTH automatic. Here on the right side. Looks like I think that's going to be the final car here in Superstock, and we're going to be going to Super Rod. We're going to be heading into Super Rod very quickly. Top Sportsman, you should be in the lanes, please, to 3 and 4. Top Dragster, you're just on standby for just a little bit longer. Just a little bit longer. .007 reaction, but however, that's on the red side. 990 and a 3. That's a nice number, especially if you were running Super Rod. You'd love that. But he's in the GTH automatic in Superstock. And we may have 1 or 2 more Superstocks lurking back there. .90 rock in the morning here at Darana Raceway. Hot Rod Grill is open. Great breakfast menu down there. Great coffee. Go get you some. We'll be talking about some other of our vendors for our food as they open up throughout the day. Scrub and rub out on the track right now as Josh spins the tractor around to make another lap. as we are getting ready to go into Super Rod category. That Super Rod category is our 990 index. That's where they're going to try to run as close to 990 without going under as close as they can. A perfect run would be a 990 with a 0. Okay, we do have 2 additional super stockers. They were hiding back there, and we just found them. We discovered them. It's like a nice pirate treasure. We found them. They're going to be coming under the tower here momentarily. Okay, Top Sportsman, you should be in 3 and 4. And your first call for Top Dragster. Top Dragster, lanes 1 and 2, please. Top Dragster, lanes 1 and 2. Top Sportsman, you should already be in 3 and 4. Larry Eagle here in the right lane. This is going to be our last pair for Superstock. Good-looking Mopar in the left lane with a long, hot, smoky burnout. Larry's going to need to work on his reactions a little bit. But he's going to like his ET of a 938 and a 6 at 140, and that left lane goes across 10, 12, and a 3. 10, 1, 2, 3 at 129. That's going to do it. I think I can say safely now that's going to do it for Super Stock. As we head into Super Rod, this is our 990 index class. Brian Johnson, left lane alongside Morgan Napier. She's out of the Eckert Racing stable. She's in the right lane. Morgan was also going to try and run the hot rod class as well, and she would run a Thunderbird in that particular class, but they hurt the motor on one of the early passes on Wednesday, so she's having to sit out there. Brian with that 001 red, he's not going to be worried about that. 64 up front for Morgan. 25 above for Morgan. 992 and a 5. Brian a little bit too quick by 14 thou. 988 and a 646. Good data for them. They'll be ready to go here in a while when we start eliminations. How about that red Camaro, or I'm sorry, that's a Firebird, red Firebird, first gen over on the left side. That's Mark Harmon and Ron Lauer here in the right lane. How about two 1000s separating them? 21 and a 23. Mark had the 21 in the left lane. Ron 982 with a 0. Going to have to back her down just a little bit. Mark Harmon 989 and a 2. About 8 thou under. He's right in there. Make just a slight adjustment. They're both going to be ready for eliminations come time. Gary Hardig, left lane, first gen. Camaro. Lumina bodied. Super Rod in the right lane. These folks, their mother wouldn't want me to talk about their reaction times, but we love you both anyway. 986 and a 2 for Gary in that left lane. Going to back her down a little bit. Right lane struggled in the Lumina, 1358. They'll need to make some repairs to that car and find out what happened mechanically, and I'm sure they will. Steve Theodore. This is in the Corvette Roadster on the right side. Tim Diamond, he's in the Model T Roadster. That's a 27 version, or at least that's what it's based on. How about that? Brent, Steve had our very first 000 perfect reaction time up front. Runs at 28 above, 992 and an 868. Diamond, 29 up front. He runs it out to back in about 48 under, 985 and a 2. So we got our first perfect light.
Standby. Factory stock. You are on standby.
Paul Richardson was in the left lane, 29 up front. Dead 8 on that 990. Jeff Smith over on the left side, 11 reaction. 988 and a 2. A little bit under there. Ron Brady coming in here on the left side alongside Connie McMillan. They both have Reactions in the 30s, about 6th thou apart. Connie with a 32, Ron with a 38 reaction. 992 and a 1 in the left lane for Brady. 988 and a 7 for Connie. That's going to bring up a couple of roadsters. Pat Martin, right side. Jeff Gerber, left lane. Left lane with Jeff Gerber, 14 at the hit. Going to have to back down a little bit. 983 and a 1. Pat Martin, 005. Nice light there. Going to have to slow down just a tad as he went 9th thou under. 989 and a 1, 166. John Sickish in the Corvette Roadster, right side. Left lane is Rich Pika. Double red light up front. When we get into eliminations, if that happens, we'll explain how the win light is determined. I'm going to hold off till eliminations before we do that. Pika with a 949 and a 5, 147. Going to have to back way down. Sickish was under as well. 982 and a 4. They'll both need to back down. Bill Jackson's going to finish us out in that beautiful red Lumina right lane. 15 reaction. Comes off the throttle stop, rocking and rolling toward Refugee Road. Takes it about 35 under, 986 and a 5, 161.19. Line. I'm going to hand the microphone over to Mr. Carver.
The big engines come to life. Brent Carver coming at you this morning here, and this is our one and only time shot for Top Sportsman. These are the quickest Sportsman door cars on the property. And sure, Final Call Top Dragster sure did provide some great racing yesterday. Dwayne Rice in the actually Mountain Motor Pro Stock car took home the Ironman yesterday for Top Sportsman, running 630s at 220 mile an hour. This morning, we've got Tony Wilson over here on the right side of the racetrack, late model Camaro. Left lane, Chris Osborne. Osborne, nitrous, 68 Camaro over on the Summit side of the racetrack. You see the big purges. They got one shot at him this morning. They'll be set on a ladder. They are running full quarter mile. Ladder based off ET. Top Dragster, final call. Top Dragster, final call. Top Dragster to 1 and 2, final call, please. Top Sportsman, I don't know how they do it. Really fast bracket racing in some really fast top-end machines. Look at that, Wilson, 977 60-foot, 428 to the 8th mile, 697, 162 mile an hour. Meanwhile, left lane, Chris Osborne goes 662, 205 miles an hour for the Osborne machine. Next pair in the box, Mark McDonald out of Boonville, Indiana, the big block Ford 2014 Mustang, Shelby Mustang over there. Right side, the Pro Stock Cutlass of Alex Miller. As far as I know, that's probably the only Ford-powered Top Sportsman machine on the property for McDonald. 611 cubic inches, I believe even Hemi-headed big block Ford. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. I need factory stock. Factory stock. We need you to the lanes for your one and only qualifier. Factory stock. Just kidding. You do get more than one qualifier. But this is your first one. Factory stock, factory stock. We need you to the lanes. Alex Miller in that Cutlass knocks it 8th thou red. Goes 781, 173 mile an hour. And McDonald right back on the same number he was on yesterday. Goes to number 2 on the sheet, 697 with a 7 at 195 mile an hour for the Ford. Here was your runner-up from last night, Jimmy Fallon. Blown 68 Camaro of Fallon Racing. Made it all the way to the finals last night, runnered up to Dwayne Rice. Car's going to go 635 at about 10, 11 mile an hour, something to that effect. That car will get down. I do need factory stock. Factory stock to the lanes for your first qualifying session. I probably scared you there a minute ago when I said you're one and only. Don't worry, I look back at the schedule and it says Q2 later on. So factory stock, we need you for Q1. And we'll take you now, factory stock. That's correct. He took off late night hosting for the weekend to come here and run some Top Sportsman, and look at it go. One flat to the 60-foot, 416, 175 to the 8th, 639, 221 mile an hour. And you know where that puts him? Number 1. So Fallon, right back to the numbers he was running yesterday. I think yesterday he was qualified at 635. Goes 639 out of the trailer this morning, 221 mile an hour, and puts him number 1 on the sheet. And looks like it's time for the long cars to hit the lane. Top Dragster coming around the corner. Final call, Top Dragster. If you're going to make a shot, if you're not in the lanes, you fixing to miss it. Top Dragster coming around the corner, and we need factory stock to the lanes for Q1. Factory stock to the lanes for Q1, please. Coming into the right lane, the man with two first names, Howard Michael. Right side of the racetrack. Left side going to be D. Brown. Dennis Brown going to be rolling into the left side of the water box. First pair out on Top Dragster. These are the quickest and fastest dragsters with a dial-in on them. There's going to be some faster ones this afternoon when we get into Top Alcohol and, of course, Top Fuel. The baddest cars in the country here at Darana Raceway for the IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series Plus. Going to be some Top Fuel Harleys and snowmobiles. It does not feel like the right kind of weather for a snowmobile. But I can't wait to see him later this afternoon. That's going to be super cool. So we got Howard Michael and Dennis Brown. Thank you to Speed Sport 1 and IHRA.TV on YouTube. Free, bringing you all the action for free, and they've stepped up the coverage today. They got the boom cameras. They got the drone cameras. It is going to be a phenomenal event. Call your friends, tell them to come out and watch. The best way to watch racing, of course, is in person, where you can feel the thunder, smell the smells, the tears run down your face from the nitro in the air. There is no feeling you can get online like being here live. Michael goes 17 red. 455, 151 to the 8th, 723, 178 out the back. Meanwhile, Dennis Brown goes 635, 188 miles an hour there on the left side of the racetrack. Troy Williams Jr. on the right side. Patrick Foster over on the left side of the racetrack. 006 for Foster on the tree. He's ready for eliminations and goes 6'11", 226 miles an hour for Forrester. That puts him right to the #1 spot on the sheet. Troy Williams Jr. goes 733, 182 mile an hour. Chad, the Axeman, Axford, rolls into the left lane. I think he was dialed about 7 flat yesterday. And made it down to, I think, 3 cars. Safety crew runs down. Looks like we might have a little part down there on the racetrack. Got to pick up maybe a parachute bag or something. So got to go clear the racetrack out there. Somebody left part of their laundry on the racetrack. So Axford sits there at the starting line. Again, you got to check out the coverage. You can see him around the property. There's a great big screen there, Speed Sport screen on the left, and what I'll call the left side of the racetrack. So you can see what that coverage is. You see the boom cameras. You see the drone flying around. Cameras everywhere. This is the real deal. If you had any questions about what the event was going to be like here at Darana Raceway this weekend, You can see it everywhere. No expense spared. Everything is high-end professional done, and we are thrilled to be part of it. Free Wi-Fi in the pits for the racers. I've never been to another race that gives me free Wi-Fi. Most places are very protective of their Wi-Fi password. They're passing it out here to everybody on the property so that you have every opportunity to have your best weekend. All right, Axford fires it back up. Steps into the second bull. Axford drops the hammer. He's 35 up front. I think he made it down to 3 cars yesterday and broke. He clicked it off early there. Probably wanted that 8-mile number. Goes 774 out the back at only 119 mile an hour, so he definitely shut it off early. Maybe that was still somewhat of a shakedown. I know there was a repair that had to be done on that car yesterday afternoon. I think in the semifinals, as soon as he left, he just had to coast off, and they had to escort it off of the racing surface. So perhaps an 8th-mile shakedown. I bet he knows what it's going to run. Based on the 8th, most of these drivers have a pretty good idea. Factory stock, factory stock. You should be in the lanes. Factory stock for Q1. You should be in the lanes. All right, Jeff Smith Jr. All right, we're wrapping up Top Dragster. Listen up. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. You are getting a second one. A second time trial this morning. So listen up. Hot rod, stock, quick rod, super stock, super rod. Y'all are getting 2 instead of 1. And give you a second shot at the track this morning. 006 up front for Jeff Smith Jr. Goes 699. 189 mile an hour. That puts him right in the middle of the field. So listen up. Hot rod. This is not an elimination. This is a second time shot. We're going to go right back through this initial order. Give everybody one more at the track this morning. So I need hot rod to 1 and 2, hot rod to 1 and 2, and stock, you're on standby for Q2. How about that? Get another freebie. Hot rod to 1 and 2 for a second time shot. This is not an elimination. This is a time shot. Hot rod to 1 and 2. home. Plus, that's a way to support the series when you pay your money to come in the gate. That's what helps pay for all these safety people and racers and everybody to get here. So we welcome you here to the new Darana Raceway in Hebron, Ohio, previously National Trail. You can watch on IHRATV.com on YouTube as well as Speed Sport. We'll call it 1 and 2. They're out here resetting the timing system as we speak. Like I said, that last car kind of split the difference between the left and the right lane at about half track and took out some blocks. So for y'all in the stands, 60 feet we get a time. 330, that's that cone, well, 330 feet away from the starting line. Then you get a pair down there at the 8th mile. The 8th mile will give you an 8th mile ET and an 8th mile per hour. Then there's timing at the 1,000-foot mark. And then there's a pair of cones at the 1320, which also gives you mile per hour and ET. And I'd say there's extra cones this weekend because some people are racing to the 1,000-foot. And I bet we'll get those mile per hours, 300 mile per hour numbers to the 1,000 feet. Yes, I said 300. Top Fuel, Funny Car, Nitro. It's going to be awesome. I don't know when or if there's ever been the type of race that are here this weekend. Yeah, Top Fuel and Funny Car running to 1,000 feet. Pro Mod, Pro Nitrous, Mountain Motor Pro Stock, and Pro Stock run to the 8th mile. Top Fuel Harley runs to the 1,000. Everybody else running all the way to the 1320, that quarter mile. The variety of race cars that are here this weekend, there's a large number of Mountain Motor Pro Stocks on the property. Pro Mod. I don't know what else to tell you other than you need to be here. If you're here, congratulations and thank you. You get to see a heck of a grouping of race cars. If you're not here and you're within earshot driving distance, you need to make your way here today and or tomorrow for all of the amazing racing here at the IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series. First pro race with IHRA since 2017, I believe. So you're part of new history as we go into 2025 with brand new ownership. And the pros coming back out. The payouts are monsters. And it is the real deal around here with hospitality, Wi-Fi, live feeds, just anything and everything you could possibly want for a racer and a fan. There's merchandise available. There's actually some vintage IHRA merchandise. And I think they're selling like T-shirts 2 for $20 over there, I believe, at the vintage side. You can also get event T-shirts for this weekend on the other side. So when you go over to that IHRA merchandise area, there's 2 sides. One has the vintage, one has the new. So pick something up. That helps support the series. You walk around, you're proud to have that new shirt on. That new hat. They got shirts, they got hats, they got hoodies. They have tumbler, cups, anything you might need. They probably have earplugs. And if this is your first time seeing some of these pro-type cars, you'll want some earplugs or ear muffs. You know, it's going to be the real deal. That's right. Amazing weekend here. My name is Brent Carver. I'm going to be calling at least part of the action here. thank you to IHRA for the opportunity to sit in here and call some exciting stuff. I've also got Joseph McCoy sitting here with me. You've heard him already this morning. We're going to have Derek Beach in here. If he can wrestle me out of this chair. He's younger and he looks pretty tough, though, so if he wants in, I guess I'll get up. But beautiful weekend here at Darana. Sun is shining, and looks like I see the crew coming back this way on the scooter, so I'm hoping that means the timing system is back up or close to it. And I'll let you know, but we should just be a few moments away. And we've got factory stockers sitting here, and I should have Hot Rod, Q2 Hot Rod. This is not an elimination. Hot Rod, you should be in 1 and 2, and Stock, you are on standby. I haven't gotten the official call to bring you, but you are getting Q2. You're getting a second qualifier this morning. Stock, you're on standby. Same run order, so we'll go Hot Rod, Stock, Quick Rod, Super Stock, Super Rod, Top Sportsman, and Top Dragster. You're all getting a second one. Get them tuned in just right for another weekend of awesome racing here at Darana. All right, attention in the pits. Stockers to 5 and 6. Stock to 5 and 6, and the engines come back to life. Jason Deach trailer sales. Both cars coming around the corner, part of that Deach camp. Left lane is Jason himself out of Egerton, Ohio. 2018 Cobra Jet. These are factory supercar type cars. Cobra Jets. Well, I see the Deach name on all three of these that are sitting here. Jason Deach driving the 2018 in the left lane. Todd Early driving the 2014 Cobra Jet in the right lane. These are both Coyote cars, 302. Here in the factory stock class. This is the first time we've seen these cars this weekend. So these are factory type race cars. Cobra Jets. There's a supercharged Copo coming around the corner. And this is Q1 for them. Todd Early on the right side. Jason Deach on the left side. I look for big wheels up.
I like it when big wheels are up, especially when you get out past that 60-foot block.
I guess really we don't want the big wheels up. We want the little wheels up, but they're going to be up real high. The front wheels, I expect we're going to see some air. Well, Early knocks the tires clean off. Deach in the left lane goes right down 780, 175 mile an hour for the 2018 Cobra Jet of Jason Deach. Todd Early didn't get a very good burnout. Car kind of came sideways, and when he let go, it didn't move very far before the tires were up in smoke. So, room to improve there for the Early machine. And Jason Deach goes right down 780, 175 mile an hour. Taylor Deach in the right lane. Another 2018 Cobra Jet. Left lane, Doug Hamp out of York, Pennsylvania. 2020 Copo Camaro, supercharged, 350 cubic inches in that Copo. No problems down the right lane for Taylor Deach. 786, 174 mile an hour. Doug Hamp over on the left side of the racetrack. 218 up front. Goes to number 3, goes 859, 141 miles an hour. So Jason and Taylor are sitting 1 and 2 right now. 780 to the 786. I should have stalkers in the lanes. And Hot Rod is under the tower and getting ready to come around for Q2. Hot Rod is under the tower coming down for Q2. Stalkers, you should be in the lanes. Quick Rod, you are on standby. Quick Rod, you are on standby. Stalkers should be in 5 and 6. Quick Rod, you are on a very short standby for Q2. So Hot Rod coming around the corner. They are on a 1090 quarter mile index. They use a 5/10 Pro Tree. 1090. Door cars only. I'm going to hand it back over here to Joe McCoy. He's going to handle Hot Rod this morning. Q2 coming around the corner, and Sesko. Robert Sesko and Ron Falls, the first pair out, and I'm handing it over to you, Joe.
Quick update. Hey, just so everybody's getting it right, especially out there, if you're watching our live stream, we are on Speed Sport 2 today. We're on Speed Sport 2 tomorrow, and that's until the Pro Show starts, which is going to be later today and later tomorrow afternoon, and that's going to be on Speed Sport 1. So right now we are on Speed Sport 2. Will be tomorrow until the Pro Show starts, and that's going to be a good time. We'll talk more about that in just a little bit. I need to jump in here to Hot Rod. Appreciate you guys making the adjustment here and coming back and hustling quick. Ron Foss and Rob Sesko, both under 10, separated by a thou. Rob left lane 008, Foss 007. Getting close to that 1090. Rob should be happy about that. He goes dead on with a 4. Foss goes way under. He's still going to need to adjust about a 1065. He's going to be looking to adjust there. Pat Madura, right side. He's the one out of North Tonawanda, New York, 1990 Cavalier. Ray Miller over the left side with a nicely flamed Chevy Monza. Pete Madura, he's still a little bit under there. About 900 under. Ray Miller, he's just a little bit under, about 22 under. They're going to need to make some adjustments, and I'm sure they're appreciating this second hit, so they didn't make those in the first round of eliminations. Denny Napier here on the right side in the 77 Chevy Vega. Second gen Camaro, that white car in the left lane, that's Kenny Underwood. Rob Foss took it across 1088 to 131. Denny Napier takes it down through. He had a 25 right up front. He's going to be in about the number 9 spot right now. Rob Foss, Alex Miller. Left side, another Chevy Monza, square-bodied S10 for Rob. That's in the right lane. 001 on the red for his start. That's okay for right now. 36 on the green for Mr. Miller. 1090 with a 5. Alex is going to like that. 1097 and a 1 for Rob. He's going to step just up a little bit. Rudy Matthews coming in with the Firebird in the left lane alongside Mike Ruzicka. That's in that 70 Duster. He's going to do his best to book it down the right lane. Mike with a 17 green and Rudy with a 005 reaction. 1087 and a 3. Rudy, Mike with a 1088. They're both going to need to back down just a little bit more. Scott Wisen, 69 Chevelle. Left lane alongside Scotty Reinshield. And that split bumper Corvette. Scotty's first pass today was dead on with a 2. Scott, he went about 1062. He's going to look to see if he can get it closer to the 90 where it needs to be. Oh, Scotty 004. Scotty Reinshield, that is 004. Scott Wisen 008. Quick rod to 3 and 4, please. Quick rod to 3 and 4. Reinshield right side 1089 and a 1. Wisen, he backed her way down, and he actually went into the 11s. So he backed off maybe just a little bit too much. Quick rod, 3 and 4. Kobe Watson there in the 62 Nova on the left side, and Tim Shuck in that 67 Camaro. Kobe smacked a red light. Tim Shuck 004. Nice quick reaction here for his second timed hit. He runs at 4th hour under 1089 to 6. Kobe does have a nice lap. Dead on 2. 1090 with a 2. Looks like it's going to be a single here, and that's going to be Sean Pitts in the left lane. 2000 Camaro. Crew Chief Steve Pitts bends down against the wall. That's the dad and the crew chief and the car builder. Quick rod, you need to be headed to 3 and 4. Quick rod, 3 and 4. Sean on the single down the left lane. 033 reaction. 25 above, 1092 and a 5, 122 miles an hour. That's going to do it for the second hit for Hot Rod. We're going to be rolling right into stock. Paul Boster, 2000 Corvette, and that red Corvette on the right side. Vance Cummins, he comes out to us out of Grand Ledge, Michigan. That's a 68 Dart on the right side. He's running an E-stock automatic. That's Vance, and Paul's running a C-stock automatic. Nice reaction times here. 8 thou separate them. If we were in eliminations, that'd be a great start for a great drag race. Here, just getting times done. We're still looking good. Vance, right lane, 12 up front, 11:30 with a 9. 1050 dead on that 1050 with a 20 up front reaction for Paul. They should be ready come first round. Tom Loskett out of South Park, Pennsylvania. That's the left lane, that 69 Plymouth GTX. Plymouth 440 between the rails. 79 Malibu with a 305 between the rails on the right side. That's Mike Taylor. He comes to us out of Somerset, Kentucky. Quick Rod, you should be in headed to 3 and 4. Super Stock, you're on deck for the moment. Super Stock, you're just on deck. And Quick Rod, you should be headed to 3 and 4, please. 83 up front for Taylor. Tom with a 30 up front. 11, 12, and an 8 for Tom Loskett in left lane. Mike Taylor with an 11.79 and a 3. That's going to put Mike in the number 3 spot. Mike Fenton, West Lafayette, Ohio, left lane in the CUDA. A stock automatic. Got a Chevy Copo loaded up in the right lane. Right lane, sun got in his eyes. 40 up front for Fenton. Fenton runs a 10.35 and a 2, 9.32 and a 1 for the Copo. Remember, we're not too worried about the reaction times up front. I know that driver will make adjustments, and he'll be right on the tree come first round. Travis Booth out of Trafalgar, Indiana, 88 Mustang. That's a Fox body there in the right lane. Steve Zamoni over there in the pick-em-up truck, the Orange Crush pick-em-up truck. The left lane, that's McCormick Motorsports. That name has been around for decades. When I first came into the drag racing community way back, McCormick was here. Travis, 26 up front, 43 for Steve in the right lane on their reaction times. 11.97 with a 6 for Steve. Travis with a 12, 18 and a 9. Travis has run the N Superstock, K Superstock for Steve, by the way. Steve Tuck, D stock in the Chevy 2 on the left side. Dennis White out of Lewis Center. He's running an F stock automatic, 73 Dodge Sport. Dart with Denich behind the wheel, 055 reaction. Steve in that left lane, 39 on the reaction. 10.74 and a 6 for Steve. Dennis in the right lane, 11.39 and a 3. That puts that Dodge Sport right up front at the top of the page. Taylor, Deitzen. Left lane, Michael Hours is on the right side. 3 thou separated. Mike with an 028 reaction. Taylor with an 025. 904 with a 450 for Taylor in the left lane. Mike goes 1130 with a 6 at 116. And Josh Decker out of Charlestown, Indiana, with a 72 split bumper Corvette. Nicely painted red Corvette. Right lane. It's a C-Stock automatic with a 454 big block bow tie. 71 right up front for Josh. He goes across 1074 and an 810 miles an hour. Puts him in the number 6. That takes care of stock. Quick Rod is loading up in the lanes. We're going to them in just a little bit. Super Stock, you're going to be on standby, please. Super Stock, you're on standby. And Super Rod, you're in the hole. On deck, I should say. Let me try to do that again. Quick Rod's going to be loading up. Super Stock, you're on deck. And Super Rod, you're in the hole. How's that?
All right, looks like we are going right into Quick Rod. Looks like we're going into Quick Rod 890 index. Dragsters mainly. There is a door car in Quick Rod. But this is Pat Martin, going to be on the right side of the racetrack. Tracing asphalt and concrete machine. They're not all rear-engine dragster big block Chevys anymore. Troy Williams Jr. Overkill Motorsports on the left side. Currently, Martin sits number 2. Troy Williams sits number 7 with an 885 with a 6. So that's going off of their index. So Pat Martin going to be on the right side of the racetrack. Troy Williams over on the Summit side. Again, we've stepped up the index to 890. They're on a 4/10 Pro Tree. For you all out there that may or may not know what I'm talking about on a Pro Tree and all that kind of fun stuff, I'll give you a little Racing 101 at some point today. That Martin is 025 on the tree. Troy Williams 19 on the tree, getting these things dialed right in. 890 with a 6 for Martin. All right, 891 with a 6 for Martin. 890 with a 6 for Troy Williams. Steve Eckerd in the Oldsmobile on the left side of the racetrack. Jason Hardig, the long car, on the right side. Again, these guys are dialing for an 8.90 elapsed time throughout the quarter mile. When I say a Pro Tree, depending on what you know about or have seen with drag racing, they have 2 kinds of starting line trees. They've got a Sportsman tree and a Pro Tree. A Sportsman tree, after the top bulbs are on, it counts down, and there's a half a second between each bulb. Blink, 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 go, green. A Pro Tree, like what you see the pros run on, all 3 of those lights flash at the same time. And depending on if it's a 5/10 or a 4/10 Pro Tree, it's either 5/10 of a second, a half a second between the time the yellows are on till the time the green is on, or it's 4/10 of a second. That is nothing more than an eye blink between the time the 3 yellows flash on till the time the green is on. A perfect light would be 0.000, so that's what everybody is hoping for, or something close to it. Right side of the racetrack, we got Rick Watson. Left side, Adam Gerber. And there you go, Gerber, 0.017, so that's a 17 light. Rick Watson, 34 up front. That means 34 thousandths of a second from perfect. Goes 889 with a 5. Gerber goes 889 with a 9. So he's 1/1000th of a second under the index. The index for this class is 890, 8.90 seconds. He went under it by 1/1000th of a second. If you are unaware of how tight racing is on this type of racing, you're talking about thousandths of a second at 160 miles an hour. You have to make decisions instantly. And it is so close and so tight. These races are determined by inches at 160, 170. Top Sportsman, top Dragster, 220 miles an hour. And the race is determined by inches. And very, very precise timing system. So it takes an amazing amount of talent and skill to drag race. People see it on TV and they go, oh, all they do is go down the track. You do not understand what all it takes to put together these machines, anywhere from hot rod all the way up to top fuel. Every thousandth of a second is important. So we got a little something going on the big end there. I'm going to pull the tractor out, make sure everything's good to go. Got just a few minutes here while we're down. Again, remember, we're on Speed Sport 2 today and Speed Sport 2 tomorrow until the Pro Show, which then moves over to Speed Sport 1. So if you're watching on Speed Sport, you're watching on Speed Sport 2 today. You'll be watching on Speed Sport 2 a portion of the day tomorrow, and it will move over to Speed Sport 1. You can also watch on IHR. What did I say? I was right. I was on the right track. IHRA.TV on YouTube. That is the feed on YouTube all day today, all day tomorrow, free of charge. All these things are free of charge for you. Brought to you by Speed Sport and IHRA. So that is another awesome service that's being provided by the IHRA as we kick off this 2025 season of the Outlaw Nitro Series. Next race in just a couple of weeks up at Darana Raceway, Michigan, formerly known as Milan, Michigan. That's only 2 weeks away till the next step of the Nitro Series.
Monday Mayhem is on Speed Sport 1. Every Monday starting at 7 p.m. Eastern. Things get a little crazy. We've got some of the best demolition derby action from across the country. Figure 8 racing, enduro racing, and anything else that takes you to the unusual side of motorsports.
Oh, no! And they both go!
Monday Mayhem is on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options. Race fans have a home on Speed Sport 1.
As we'll cover this track, we'll drag race to it.
From water to the desert, Speed Sport 1 has a variety of competition that will spark your inner racer.
Look at the number 10 machine. Oh, boom, we got a flipper. We're going to have her, and right back on his wheels.
Speed Sport 1, the live racing network.
Doing the tap dance, rat-a-tat-tat. All the leaders real bumper.
Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options. Speed Sport 1 is the place for the Hunt the Front Super Dirt Series, the premier dirt super late model tour of the Southeast.
And just about 4 wide for the lead.
Watch the series on Speed Sport 1 as it travels to some of the South's best tracks. Founded by racers, the Hunt the Front Super Dirt Series is a professional touring series, and you can see the entire season on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing.
Opportunity to make a perfect pass. Engines come back to life. We've got Tony Collier on the right side of the racetrack and Steve Taylor over on the left side. All right, so Collier on the right, Taylor left side of the racetrack. This is Q2 this morning, and this is Quick Rod. Quick Rod is an 890 index. Tony Collier, nice light up front, 028 up front. Goes 892 with a 5. But looky there, Steve Taylor goes 890 with a 9. Dead on 9 there. So Taylor puts together an ET within 9 thousandths of a perfect pass. He did not. 175 miles an hour and 890 with a 9 for Taylor. Collier got there a little quick, 883.5 at 181. Donnie Hardman and Dan Supadupa over on the left side. Another pair of dragsters. Supa in, Hardman in, both of them away. Supa knocks it a little bit red. Donnie Hardman, 55 up front, dead on with a 1 and a dead on with a 3. If you think that this is going to be any easy competition, it is definitely not going to be that. Hardman goes dead 1, Supa goes dead 3. 1,000th from perfect, 3,000ths from perfect. Now, those guys did qualify and race yesterday, and this is their second shot at the track today. So they've got these things absolutely dialed tight. In the last 4 cars, 3 of them have been dead on with a number at the end. Kendra Reinshield, left side of the racetrack, and Patrick Forster. Forster, 003 red. Reinshield, 12 green. So Reinshield, 12 up front, dead 2, 14,000ths total from perfect there for Reinshield. Forster, too quick, 778. What was that? That wasn't right. What did I see wrong? Last car go down the left lane, 006 up front, 889 with a 7. So 3 thou under the ET, 6 thou from perfect on the front end. Everybody has got them dialed tight. We've got some awesome, going to be side-by-side racing this afternoon for sure. Was very exciting right there, wasn't it? Super stock to 1 and 2 super stock. To 1 and 2 for Q2 super stock. To 1 and 2, please. Again, I should have super stock coming to 1 and 2. Super stock coming to 1 and 2, please. see many of you up here. I should have Super Stock in 1 and 2. Super Stock, you should be in or on your way to 1 and 2. Super Stock, 1 and 2. That means Super Rod, you are on standby. I haven't gotten the official call, but Super Stock, you should be in 1 and 2. Super Rod, you are to follow. So do your last-minute adjustments and be ready to come when I call you. Super Rod, you are on standby. Jaden Deach and Bo Fowler. This is Super Stock. Jaden Deach, left lane. A automatic. Factory stock A automatic there on the left side out of Edgerton, Ohio. Right side, Bo Fowler. M automatic super stocker out of Mooresville, Indiana. The 78 Volare. 318 cubic inches for the Volare. Comes in to this round as the #1 qualifier, going 1088 on the 1215 index. That's the Volare on the right side. So super stock is based off of an index based off of cubic inches, weight, factory rated horsepower, those kind of things. There's a index that sets a number for them. They have to go at least that number or under. They have to go at least that number. Bo Fowler goes way under that number. He goes 1086 on the 1215. Jaden Deach, base number 970, goes 1016. Not quite enough. Next pair up, Jeff Ross, the 73 Barracuda on the right side. Out of Barton, Ohio, comes in number 9. Earl Rowe, problems on the starting line. They're pushing that one backwards. Ross, 11-16. Only 11.55, does not improve over the number 1 shot. Rowe actually came in as number 2 on the sheet over there on the left side, and they're pushing that one backwards. So hopefully,
Leaking a little water.
just a little drip out there, maybe a little water on the starting line from the Rowe machine. So that's an easy one usually to clean up and an easy one to fix. So Earl Rowe out of Newark, Ohio. A little bit of moisture on that starting line, not a big deal. Again, that's the best case scenario is when you have a water drip and get shut off for it. So we're going to check that thing out, see what's going on. A couple more cars wait in the wings. Randy Eakins and John Fretch. All right, sign from the starting line to bring him on. So Randy Eakins going to be in the factory Superstock I. That is the Cobra Jet, going to be on the right side of the racetrack out of Sikeston, Missouri. 2019 Cobra Jet, Coyote Power. John Fretch out of Cortland, Ohio. 305 cubic inches for the 83 Z28. Fretch comes in number 7, going 6/10 under. He went 10.74 on his 11.35. Eakins, index is 10.75 for that Cobra Jet. Went 9.98 to be number 6 on the sheet in the first round. So let's see if either one of them improve. Right now, your number 1 qualifier is Bo Fowler. Eakins comes in 6. Fretch comes in 7. See if they can move up on that sheet. I do have the stock eliminator first round ladder in front of me. Eakins wheels up, 90 up front. Fretch, 39 on the ball. Eakins goes 9.98 with a 1, so almost identical to the first qualifier. So will not improve, but shows exactly how consistent that car is. Fretch, 10.75 with a 1, just a hun off from his first qualifier. So neither one improved, but they just, again, they're dialing these things in to be precise and repeat every time, and they both did it. Aaron Russell, Camaro on the right side of Washington, Courthouse, Ohio. 96 Camaro SS, the big block, 396. Left side, last night's winner, Andy Cronenbitter. 36 on the tree, comes in number 3 on the qualifying sheet. Goes 9.57.4. Aaron Russell goes 10.01.5 at 133. Nobody picking up ET, but again, Super Stock right now is about repeating every time, and they are within, most of them within a couple thousandths of their first qualifier. Bob Marshall, 65 Dodge over on the right side with a Hemi. That got a Hemi in it? It sure does, 426. Left side, Mark Sanders. Mark Sanders comes in number 5 qualifier, the 08 Cobalt. Small block Chevy power. Marshall, big block Dodge power, was number 8. Sanders on the left side with the better reaction time. 45 up front, goes 9.70 with a 2. Does not improve. Marshall, 9.46 with an 8. Does not improve. Now, they add probably a little cooler air this morning, so most of them slowing down a few thousandths, maybe 100, but not far. Chris Ruzicka, Westerville, Ohio, 2014 Cobra Jet. 302 cubic inches of Coyote power on the left side. Big Dodge on the right side. Ruzicka went 909 to be number 12 in the first round. The Dodge 10-12 to sit number 15 coming in. Matt Dottis, Vermilion, Ohio, 2005 Pontiac Sunfire. Small block Chevy. The old 327. When was the last time you saw a 327 in a Pontiac Sunfire? Attention in the pits, Super Rod. I am now making the call to 5 and 6. Super Rod to 5 and 6, please. Let's bring them, roll them this way. Super Rod to 5 and 6. I gave you a heads up. Now I'm giving you the call. Super Rod to 5 and 6, please. Top Sportsman and Top Dragster, you are on standby. I don't want you yet, but that's where we are. We are needing Super Rod. Dottis, I think, made it down to 3 cars last night in that Sunfire. 41 up front, came in number 14 on the qualifying sheet, and literally to the 1,000th, an exact repeat of his first qualifier. 990 with a 3. That's what it went this morning. That's what it just went again. The only thing that changed was the mile per hour changed by 22 hundredths of a mile an hour. You think that thing's not dialed right? They have got their tunes on point here at Darana Raceway today. I need Super Rod. Super Rod to 5 and 6. Super Rod to 5 and 6. I love watching that big screen over there on the left side of the racetrack with the live feed on it. All the views from the starting line, from the boom cameras, from the drone overhead. Shout out to those guys. Listen, if you see a track or IHRA official around, pat him on the back, give him a handshake, tell him thank you. It's going to be a hot dude out there today in the sun. These guys working the water box, the staging lanes, the starting line. You have no idea what their backs and feet go through on a day out here working this kind of event. So be nice to them. Tell them thanks. They are punishing their bodies to make sure that we have a great Outlaw Nitro series. It takes dedication. You know, it's just like any other business. You walk in, you might want to be really nice to the receptionist. Be nice to the person in the staging lanes, the water box. Hats off to all of the IHRA officials, track workers here at Darana Raceway. The Hot Rod Grill is open. Check out the burgers down there. Walk through the manufacturer's row on the other side of the staging lanes. You got Hoosier Tire. You got transmission rep with TCI. You have VP Racing Fuels. Scott Palmer merchandise. You also have IHRA huge merchandise area. One half of it is vintage IHRA merchandise. The other half is all brand new IHRA merchandise. I have the series shirt up here for the Outlaw Nitro series. It's a beautiful t-shirt. So go check that out. They got full selection of sizes, hats, shirts, earplugs. You'll need those later. Cups, koozies, stickers, whatever you might want. Pick you up a piece of merchandise. Be proud of what the new IHRA is all about. You can see they're sparing no effort and sparing no expense to be able to put on amazing and great events throughout the country. Bring consistency to it so that everywhere you go to an IHRA Outlaw Nitro series will provide you the same great customer service experience. No better place to be than right here in Hebron, Ohio at Darana Raceway. Again, you might text or make a post on Facebook, Spacebook, Bookface, whatever you want to call it. Whatever your social media platform of choice is. Let everybody know where you are. Check in here. And let them know they can watch on IHRA.tv on YouTube all day for the rest of the event, and it's free. They can also watch on Speed Sport 2 all day today and into tomorrow through qualifying. The Pro Show will be on Speed Sport 1 tomorrow afternoon with full production. I don't remember who I called last. Super Rod? Pretty sure I called Super Rod. So I'm going to call you again. Super Rod to 5 and 6. Super Rod to 5 and 6. Top Sportsman, you're on standby. Top Dragster, you are on standby. And then factory stock will be following Top Sportsman and Top Dragster. So there's where we are in the run order. And then it looks like we won't be far away for the John Holt Hemi shootout qualifier, number 1. So we look forward to just, man, what, I don't know what to say about this place this weekend. It's the real deal. If you're sitting at home wondering how the new IHRA is going to be, you're getting a good taste of it this weekend with everything on a very professional level. The customer service, top notch. The equipment around here, absolutely top notch. If they didn't have it, they have it now. I mean, I'm talking about everything from tablecloths to chair covers to shirts to everything. It is 100% the top of the heap. So I appreciate the opportunity to be involved here this weekend from the announcer's booth and working with top-notch crew from all over the country here to put on a great event for you. Top fuel, funny car, top alcohol, pro mod. I mean, plus what already raced yesterday and the day before. So, awesome weekend. We got just a few minutes. Also, I mentioned the ice cream. It's a good thing that the windows are tinted here in the tower, so you can't see. But if you could see me, they say I have a face for radio. I also don't miss very much ice cream. So check out Weldon's ice cream when you get a chance this afternoon. It is locally made and oh so good. All right, we are going into Super Rod category. Super Rod, very similar to the Quick Rod category that we watched with almost all dragsters. This is Super Rod. Their index, instead of being 890, is 990. So 1 second slower to the quarter mile. So this is Super Rod. Very super rod. Connie McMillan and John Sickish. I dig that name. Sickish. Sickish is in the 63 Corvette Roadster on the left side of the racetrack. McMillan, 68 Camaro with the wild multicolored paint job on the right side of the racetrack. Again, their index that they are dialing for will be 9.90, and they really don't want to go under it. If they go under it, they lose. Unless both cars are under it. Then it's whoever is the least amount under it. Now, still a time shot here, so nobody getting eliminated yet. These are still qualifying time passes to get those cars dialed in just perfectly. McMillan on the right side went 988 with a 7 earlier, and Sickish went 982 with a 4, so both got to slow them down just a hair, but not by much. And looky there, Connie McMillan. Goose eggs across the reaction time, all 0, so perfect light there for McMillan. That's the way you like to do the time shots. Now, some people say, I don't want that in eliminations. You want it, but you don't want to tune for it, because some people will say it's just a bad job of red lighting. I have very few trip zips in as many races as I've run and passes I've made. It is very difficult to get those. Ron Lower and Tom Diamond. Diamond made it down, I think, to the finals last night in Super Rod in that 27 Roadster. Goes 989 with a 7. Lower goes 989 with a 0. So tightening up the qualifying field. Paul Richardson goes down the left side of the racetrack. 68 Camaro Roadster. 34 up front, 986.2. 166 mile an hour. Pretty good size feel here of Super Rod. Morgan Napier, right side of the racetrack, and Mark Harmon. There are a lot of celebrities in the house this weekend.
Other than you?
Besides me. Mark Harmon took a weekend off of, what show was he on? NCIS.
Jimmy Fallon came in.
Jimmy Fallon, he's here. Mark Harmon's here. Will Smith is here.
Yes.
Will Smith is here driving a Top Fuel car. And we're going to have some fun here with IHRA this weekend. Morgan Napier and Mark Harmon to the line right now. Almost identical on reaction times. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. I need top sportsmen. I need top sportsmen to the lanes, please. Top sportsmen to 3 and 4. Top sportsmen to 3 and 4. Next pair east to the line, the Corvette of Rich Pica out of New Philadelphia, Ohio. That is confusing. And Steve Theodore. Theodore, Corvette Roadster on the left side of the racetrack. Pica, Corvette Regular on the right side. Again, I need top sportsmen to 3 and 4. Pica knocks it just a tick red. That's okay. It's qualifying. 994.5 for Pika. Theodore, 9905. So 5 thou from a perfect ET there for Theodore. Boy, Brian Johnson, let's go early to be bad red. Lumina in the right lane, 68 up front. 975.7. Got to still slow that Lumina down. And Brian Johnson, 987.7. Looks like I might have another Lumina there on the left side of the racetrack. Is that what I see? Ron Brady. I should have Top Sportsman. Top Sportsman coming to 3 and 4. Top Sportsman to 3 and 4, please. Like Brady must have had some sort of issue about maybe 400 feet out. I heard the car back off and he coasts through the finish line. 13 and change down there, so we'll probably wait just a minute to make sure he actually does make the turn. It definitely did not go all the way through the track under power, and now it does appear that it is still sitting down there at the big end and didn't quite make it to the turnoff. So it came to a slow roll and eventually to a stop. And there it went and made the turn, so all good. It must have been a fairly slow roll. Jeff Smith. That one goes through at full power, 987, 157 mile an hour. And that looks like that wraps up the final qualifier of Super Rod. I should have Top Sportsman coming to 3 and 4. Top Dragster, you are on standby. Top Sportsman, 3 and 4.
Cleveland, Michigan. That's one of the 3 counties that make up the Detroit area. That's in the northern part. 69 Camaro over there for Osborne. Wilson comes to us out of Kannapolis, North Carolina. 2015 Camaro. Osborne in the left lane. He's setting at number 2 right now with a 666. And Wilson is setting in number 4, 697. Top Dragster, Top Dragster, Top Dragster. We're ready for you in lanes 1 and 2, please. Top Dragster, Top Dragster. Ready for you in lanes 1 and 2. Factory stock, that puts you on deck. You're just on standby for a little bit. Factory stock. Right now we need Top Dragster to lanes 1 and 2. Purging out the engines. You see that wisp of, looks like white smoke. It's not actually white smoke. It's a gas coming out of there. And that's some good going. Tony leaves a little too soon, leaves a red bulb hanging behind him. We're not worried about that on this pass. Takes it across 697 and a 6. He's within 3 thou of his former pass. Osborne, he's going to stay in there and hang in with that 666. This time he runs a 692 at 204 miles an hour. He's still going to hang in there at the number 2 spot. Mark McDonald out of Boonesville, Indiana, 2014 Mustang. Finishing up the burnout in that right lane, backing it up as Alex Miller over on the left side completes his burnout. 615 cubic inch Chevy for Miller over on the left side. 611 cubic inches. Ford this time for Mark. No sweat, leaving that red bulb behind him. McDonald 14 on the good side on that right lane, 699. That's going to hold him. He's going to stick with his number 3 spot of a 696. Miller's holding in it at the number 5 spot. He ran a 779 and a 173 miles an hour. All right, we've got one more in top, Sportsman. Getting suited up right now. I'll introduce him momentarily. Top Dragster, we need you to lanes 1 and 2. Top Dragster, need you to lanes 1 and 2, please. We like you. We want you, and we need you to lanes 1 and 2. Factory stock, you are just on deck. You're on standby for a little while longer. Got a special shout out here. If you've been following along, especially in the hot rod class, there's a gorgeous Burgundy 1970 Duster. That's wheeled by Mike Ruzicka. He is recently engaged to Kayla. She's dress shopping this weekend, but she's also watching from work in Mason, Ohio. And Mike says, "Hey, Kayla, wish you were here. Love, Mike." So congratulations to Mike and Kayla on their engagement. So happy for you. And good luck. On the racing, that is. Good luck on your engagement and upcoming nuptials. But Mike, good luck to you in the hot rod class and everyone in the hot rod class. About 11:15, if you're hungry, hey, come on over to the grandstands. There's all kinds of food vendors over there. Great stuff, I promise you, plenty to drink. You get water and plenty of other beverages over there. While we're waiting for our final top sportsman to get loaded up, strapped in. Hey, I want to say a big thank you and congratulations and appreciate all your efforts to the track crew out here, keeping this track ready to go for every lap. I promise you, if you walk out, you'll walk out of your shoes if you don't have them laced up. That means that track is well prepared. And so appreciate all the track crew. If it's 85 out here, folks, out here on the track for these track workers, it's 130 or 40 degrees on the track. And they're out here in hot uniforms doing the job all day long, never missing a beat. Great, great work, and thanks. You know what? I left out of here on our Night of Thunder, and I went to the beach with the family the next day. I didn't come back for 10 days. I promise you, I'm not making this up. I'm not exaggerating. I didn't recognize the place. It was... It is a great improvement, and there's been great improvements just over the last 5 to 6 years, but just in the last couple of months, let's say maybe back into May when the weather really started breaking good, they started getting things done. My goodness, it's come a long way, and I know the family that put this track together and opened it back in '64, the Rager family, they'd be smiling about it because it is a really, really wonderful new chapter in the history of this racetrack, and it's exciting. You know, there's been a lot of changes, Chris, and Brent, you wouldn't know this since you're new, but this is land of the moose here. Clark Rager, who started this, shot a moose up in Canada in 1960, and they mounted the head, and it's right over, it's next door. Yeah, and that's one thing that hasn't changed. We still have the moose. So we're hanging on to the original heritage and history of this place. might need to do something like that, but we've still got the original. We've got great history here. We still have a great, wonderful motorcycle racer with us, Bruce Sauer. A lot of you may recognize that name. He's a big, big name and rider in the motorcycle category. He was here on the very first day this place opened in 1964. He's a legend around here. His dad made the first run against a competitor, the very first competitive run here at National Trail Raceway, which is now Darana. His dad won, and Bruce has been out here since the place opened, and he has won so many bike races out, and he's still racing out here. He had to have a little back surgery, took last year off, but he is still running out here, still competitive. One of the nicest fellows you'd ever meet. Great, great guy. We're hanging on to the history here at this racetrack. And if you're out there and you're listening, if you're within a few hours, I wouldn't mind saying even 5 or 6 hours, jump in a car or the truck or whatever it is and come on out and visit us. You got plenty of time, especially for tomorrow. Come out and see it live. If you've never experienced nitromethane cars, come and get your baptism. I know Brent said your eyes will water and cry, but I promise you they will be tears of joy. It is so much fun. One car creates an earthquake under your feet, and we have two going at the same time. And it is, bring your earplugs, or you can get a fresh set right here at the racetrack. It is a great, great time here. You can get, if you do think, hey, let's jump in the car and let's go, you can get all of your information, directions, and everything right there at IHRA.com. You can get your tickets here at the gate. And we have the stands already filling up for our eliminations later today, or I should say for our, not our eliminations, but
each week on Speed Sport 1, get the very best in grassroots racing with Prime Cuts. Every Thursday night at 7 p.m. Eastern, we'll serve up a new episode.
And around goes the 9, and we're going to pile them up.
From coast to coast and all points in between.
3 wide off at turn 2.
Prime Cuts is choice racing action cut down to the very best.
Oh, great. And holy goodness!
Join us for new episodes, Thursdays at 7 p.m. Eastern on Speed Sport 1. Speed Sport 1 has racing 24/7.
Trouble. Cross the right front hard.
Each week, find new episodes of Prime Cuts, grassroots racing from America's short tracks.
Oh, look out, one upside down into turn number 1.
Speed Sport 1 is the place to satisfy that itch for racing.
Checker's gonna wave. Who's it gonna be?
Go to speedsport1.com for a complete guide to what's coming your way next. Speed Sport 1, the live racing network.
extra traction and a little bit extra heat to help that car get started, because when they launch hard, and they pull some G's when they let go of that thing and they hit it. They pull some G's. They also pull some negative G's when they hit the chutes down at the big end. So they're doing a lot of driving in there. There's a lot of things going on inside the car. It looks maybe kind of simple if you're, well, they're just going straight and they're hitting the loud pedal and going straight. Well, there's a lot more going on in that race car, and every driver and driver compartment set up a little bit different to do a little bit different work. But I promise you, they are working all the way down that track until they get off and turn off. And hard work. Got to have very, very sharp skills to do that, and you got to be razor sharp with your reactions. Jimmy's got the top bulb on. That's pre-stage. He's fully staged. Looks like it was a pretty nice straight run down through there. He's going to be in your number one spot. Now, he ran a 7:03.5 at 214 miles an hour. That's slowing way down there a little bit, actually about 7/10 on that particular run. His previous run from earlier this morning is 6:39 at 221. That puts him at the top of the page, number one qualifier for that particular class. We're going to be having top dragsters come around. You should already be here, fellas. Top dragster We're going to have them coming around. Looks like they're suited up out there, and they're going to be pulling under the tower momentarily. Factory stock, you are on standby. Oh, the Road Warrior is going to be pulling up here. Actually, he's pulling up right now. And this rear engine dragster comes out of Bradenton, Florida. That's a long tow. It's about 19, 20 hours. That's in a car. I don't know what that would be if it in a tow vehicle. Dennis Brown comes out of New Palestine, Indiana. Coming around in the left lane, Chevy 540 with a Pro Charger. Right now, headed into their second hit for the morning, Dennis Brown sets in the number 2 spot with a 630. With a 635 and a Ford 188. Troy, yesterday's winner, he's setting in the number 5 qualifying spot as of right now. 733 and a 482. So Troy is going to be looking maybe to step that up just a little bit. Dennis most likely is going to be trying to replicate, maybe just do a tick better. Those of you out in the grandstands, hey, thanks for showing up early. We love you. You folks, we love you. Be sure you got your sunscreen on and get you plenty of water today. This is just a little bit of a taste of what you're going to see later today with these top dragsters. We're going to have some louder, faster, and quicker. This is a good warm-up. Troy Williams, right side. Dennis Brown, left lane. .007 for Troy in that right side. He takes it across with a 733 with a 0. That's about where he was. That was in 400ths of what he ran first run. Dennis Brown goes from number 5 up to number 2 with a 623 and a 1 at 227. Pat Foster is going to be the single down the left side out of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. He's your current number 1 qualifier in Top Dragster. 6'11 with an 8, 226.39 miles per hour. If you're wondering why he's getting a single, we have an odd number of cars, and whoever had that quick pass from the first run, if there's an odd number of cars and there's going to be a single, it's the person who had the quickest run from the previous qualifying effort. 004, but that's on the red side. Don't sweat it. That's not a big deal. He slows down a little bit and runs 6:18 in the 4:203. Based on his first run for qualifying, he still sets in the top spot. We got 2 more coming in. Last 2 for top drags. The man with 2 first names, Howard Michael on the left side, out of Newport, Michigan. 2007 Diamond Dragster there in that left lane, Chevy 598, setting the number 4 spot, 723 and a 5, 178 on his first pass today. Out of Portland, Tennessee, Chad Axford, 2009 M&M Dragster with a 555 big block Chevy. He's sitting in the number 6 spot right now, 774, 19. Good quick starts here for this second round of qualifying. 15 at the green for Howard. He runs 6:24 and a 4, real close to what he did in the first one. And Chad was a 7:05 with a 5. That at 173 miles an hour, and that puts him into the number 4 slot. That's going to do it for top dragster. And I understand now that factory stock is going to be, we're going to move them just a little bit here for the morning, and we are going to put John Holt Hemi shootout. John Holt Hemi shootout on standby, guys. You're just on standby. You're on deck for now. Just giving you the heads up. I'm not calling you right now. It's just heads up, please.
All right, once again, attention in the pit area. This is going to be our second class call. Looking for the John Holt Hemi shootout competitors. We need you to the lanes as it is right at noon. That is your scheduled run time. Is advertised on the flyer. So John Holt Hemi shootout. Looking for you, lanes 3 and 4. Staging lanes at this time. All right, also attention to the pits. We're going to make a class call for Hot Rod, round number 1. Round number 1, Hot Rod. We need you to the staging lanes 1 and 2. Car number 314X. 314X. Brian Shield, you are the wait and see buy. Number 314X. Brian Shield, you are the wait and see buy. So Hemi shootout and Hot Rod. Staging lanes are open for you. Come on down as we get ready to kick things back off here on this Friday afternoon at Darana Raceway. All right, so our first pair here in the John Holt race cars. Hemi Shootout will round the bend this afternoon. And Anthony Rhodes, that's the Candy Cuda out of Bucky's Auto Body. And Bucky Hess, of course, longtime competitor in the category. But if you like Hemis, well, you're going to like this class. I can assure you of that. So the 68 Cudas come here to the starting line. Burnouts are complete. Anthony, he's going to be pulled up to that pre-stage beam. Coughlin Automotive side of the racetrack. A lot of the drivers not yet in the CompuLink timing system. How about this? A few more inches. They're rolling in. First pair, Q1, Hemi Shootout. They're out the way. Anthony Rhodes locks it back on the wheelie bar, shoves it in high gear, and here he comes to the 1,320-foot mark. Right-hand side, how about 8:55 this afternoon, 157 the speed. 1082 there on the left-hand side. It's some issues all the way down the race course. 106 miles an hour. So they're going to go back to the drawing board, make some adjustments in Q2. They'll be back around the bend. Baum and the Windridge Farms team. Felton Baum Jr. going to be behind the wheel. So it is a 16-car field qualified off of the fastest qualifier. It'll be the Sportsman ladder. Of course, lane choice going to the higher qualified car in eliminations. And then subsequent rounds, the lane choice will be to the quicker car out of the previous round. As we have made the call again for Hot Rod round number 1. We need Hot Rod at the staging lanes. Attention to the pits, Hot Rod. Round 1, we need you. 3114X. Ryan Shield, you're on the wait and see buy-in category. Bomb is staged and ready. Oh boy, wheels up, lead there on the left side. Out and down course. How about 852 to the 865, 157 the speed. The Summit side going to the top of the leaderboard by 0.03 of a second. 852, 855, and 865, the numbers we have seen so far. Of course, they went a little off the pace with 1082 sits down the number 4 spot. As we got another one getting ready to get its way out to the water box. Another one of the cars out of the Bucky's Auto Body stables.
Speed Sport 1 is the place for the Hunt the Front
Once again,
Super
we've
Dirt
called
Series.
Hot Rod
the
to staging,
premier
round
Dirt
number 1,
Super
the Hot
Late
Rod
Model
to staging
Tour of
lane,
the
round
Southeast.
number
Just about
1.
4 wide for the lead.
Watch the series on Speed Sport 1 as it travels to some of the South's best tracks. Founded by racers, the Hunt the Front Super Dirt Series is a professional touring series, and you can see the entire season on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options. Each week on Speed Sport 1, get the very best in grassroots racing with Prime Cuts. Every Thursday night at 7 p.m. Eastern, we'll serve up a new episode.
And around goes the 9, and we're going to pile them up.
From coast to coast
All right,
and
had to
all
make a
points
little
in between.
adjustment there in
3 wide off at
the
turn
timing
2.
system.
Prime Cuts is choice racing action cut down to the very best.
Out great. And holy goodness!
Join us for new episodes Thursdays at 7 p.m. Eastern on Speed Sport 1.
Runner in Pro Stock decided to step away from driving duties and focus on the performance side of things. The engine builder and a time or two. Jason jumps back behind the wheel of these race cars. Loves Superstock A Hemis. A tried and true bracket racer at heart. World champ comes up here on the right side. Jason doing the driving out of the Bucky Hess stable. Fish stick. I mean, if you've ever taken a look at any of Bucky's cars over the years, just absolutely phenomenal paint jobs. Works of art. Checking the final adjustments there on the wheelie bar height. And Jason line. Push that clutch pedal in and roll it to the pre-stage beam. To go to number 1, you got to go quicker than 8:52.3. That's the time to beat. All eyes over here on the Coglin side of the racetrack. Ready, set, go. Jason running through the gears. An 088 green, top of the racetrack we go. Stops the clock at 8:43, 1:58, and say hello to your new number 1 qualifier in category. How about Jason line to the top of the leaderboard? Well, we're going to find out how long that's going to hold because Jim Pancake comes up now, the former car dealership owner of Delaware, Ohio. The car that was built by John Holt. And if you have followed Superstock AME Racing for any length of time, Jim Pancake's name has definitely been heard once or twice.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We need stock. First round of stock. Please.
Now Jim's car, a lot of wheel speed down low. He stays with it. Pancake missed it by 1 thou at the starting line, and it's 8:74 the end result for Jim and the crew. 152 miles an hour, 911 there on the Summit side. They're going to go back to the drawing board and make some, some significant changes. Because when you're looking at the category in 840s and 850s, a little off the numbers there. Final car in category, I believe here in the Hemi shootout. Should be Steve Camella.
Did Jim break or something?
No, he went out across the road. He's on the sand.
And Jim Pancake, well, he found Refugee Road down there. For many of you that don't know, well, a road that runs right behind the racetrack, and over the years, many have made the trip across Old Refugee and found themselves in the sand trap. But Jim's car got the shoots out a little late, and looks like he came up just a little short of the sand trap itself. So we'll push him back and probably just route him right down Refugee Road and in the gate. Now, yesterday, the car do that twice. And, yeah.
He put it the first straight back up. I told him.
So our safety team just assisting Jim down there at the top end to get the old Hemi turned around and pointed back in the right direction, per se. We have made the call for hot rod to the staging lanes for round number 1. And stock eliminator, you should be heading to the lanes as well for pairing. Rear of the lanes, stock eliminator.
That's the stock ladder. So he's bringing us. Yeah, taking a little live view from our team at Speed Sport. And I am very, very impressed by the production coverage that Speed Sport has already delivered in race number 1. Their team has absolutely killed it. The instant replays, the jib, the drone shots, you name it. And there comes Jim's car. They're going to push it right back through the smaller of the two sand traps, per se, to get him to the turnoff. Hey, I might have just started it up and said, we'll put this thing in reverse. So our safety crew will exit the top end. We'll go back to racing action in just a second. We've got Hot Rod waiting in the wings, ready for round number 1. 2 goes down, 1 comes back. Steve Camella gets the signal to fire it up. So right now, Jason Line sits at the top of the leaderboard at 8:43. And Steve actually has the performance potential to take a shot at Jason Line's elapsed time that we've seen earlier on in the session.
You do an announcement, reminder, band on.
Comella's set. Tree's on its way down. There we go. 120 down low. 534 to half track, and here comes the 1,320-foot mark. How about 8.402, 159 miles an hour, and there's a new number 1 qualifier by 0.03 of a second. Jason Line goes to number 2 at 8:43. Then it's 8:52, 8:55, 8:65, and we work all the way down to the number 8 spot. We'll get names to go along with that, but you know what it is, and not a bad run. Overall, heat of the day, Q2. I'm sure it's going to be a little interesting to watch there. Would not be surprised to see some 8:30 elapsed times to show up on the scoreboard. Hey, just a reminder, if you are out near the starting line area, you have to make sure that you have your restricted wristband on, your restricted area access band. It is a red armband, I believe. And please make sure that your red band is on if you are in a restricted area. So round 1 rolls around the bend here this afternoon. It is time for Hot Rod. We're going to go a little throttle stop index racing. I'm going to slide on out. And, well, somebody's going to bring you through the next category.
Brent Carver coming at you. He turned it back off on me. Hot Rod Eliminator coming to the starting line. First round of eliminations, and we have Denny Napier on the right side of the racetrack. Left side, Frank Jenkins. Jenkins, 63 Pontiac with Chevy power. Vega over on the right side for Napier. Hot Rod Eliminator is a 5/10 Pro Tree, 1090 heads-up index. First to the finish line without going under 1090 will be your winner. All about the starting line and all about the number at the finish. You got to drive both ends in these classes. I do need stockers. Stockers, we need you to the back of the lanes for pairing stock as they head down the racetrack, and a slight starting line advantage goes to Frank Jenkins. He was 009 up front. Napier off the number a little bit. The car did jump a little sideways on the hit. But Jenkins, 009 up front, 1092.7 for the W. And Frank Jenkins, the first winner of a round here today in competition. Pete Maduri and Sean Pitts. Pitts in the Camaro out of London, Ohio on the left side of the racetrack, and Maduri, 90 Chevrolet Cavalier with a 421 cubic inch small block Chevy under the hood from North Tonawanda, New York. Both cars pre-staged. Maduri knocks it in. Both flickers for Pitts, and away they go. Just 4 thous separate them on the starting line. So that is anybody's race. That's a game of chicken at the big end. Maduri with a slight starting line advantage, and ouch, ouch, ouch. Sean Pitts goes down there, takes 38.5 at the finish line, and needed to take 38.6 instead. Goes 1089 with a 9. 1,000th under the dial in, Pete Maduri. Moving on to round number 2. Ray Miller, one of the 2 almost matching Monzas on the property, running in the hot rod category, and Robert Sisko. Sisko in a Camaro on the right side. Miller, small block powered Monza over here on the right side of the racetrack, and they are almost within 1,000th of identical on the starting line. A 15 to a 16, so that is nothing but even a half an eye blink. Double breakout. Miller does a better job at the big end of the racetrack. Miller goes 1089 with a 3, 7 thousandths under the index. Sisko was significantly more under the index. So Ray Miller moving on to the next round. Mike Ruzicka and Scott Weisend. Weisend, left side of the racetrack, 69 Chevelle. Ruzicka, the 70 Duster over here on the right side of the racetrack. Both cars staged in. Tree drops. Again, super tight on the starting line. 7 thousandths apart on the starting line. So they almost both hit the tree together. A 12 and a 19, and the win light on another double breakout. Ruzicka goes 1089 with a 1. Weisen, 1088 flat. So 9 thou. Better package there for Ruzicka. There's the other Monza of the Miller clan. That's Alex Miller. Left lane, the young man. And I'm saying young like junior in high school-ish kind of age. Way young compared to me. That's the left side of the racetrack, 62 Chevy Deuce. And the Monza on the right side for Miller. Kind of looks like it's Breakout Fest. Oh, man. Oh, you don't even want to say that one out loud. 005 red for Miller. 005 red for Watson. 2 thousandths apart on the big end, but the Miller must have gone red by 10 thousandths of a number. Had to go out further than the thousandth. So they were identical on the let go. They were identical on the finish line. Kobe Watson moves on to round 2 because Miller's red light shone first. Rudy Matthews, 500 plus cubic inch big block in the 69 Camaro on the right side of the racetrack. Rob Foss, small block S10 over on the Summit side of the racetrack. Man, this 1090 racing is tight stuff. You can tell most of these guys raced yesterday. They had 4 qualifiers in a race between Wednesday and Thursday. And then they got one more shot at it, or 2 more shots at it this morning. And Foss pushes the starting line by 1,000th early. Rob Foss goes 001 to the red. Rudy Matthews moving on to round number 2. He was late, but that was okay as Foss found the angry bulb. Tim Shuck and Ron Foss. There's another Foss name. That is the Camaro, pair of Camaros. Left side, 68 of Tim Shuck. Right side, mid-80s of Ron Foss. Foss turns on the top bulb. There comes Shuck. Both cars in. Tree down. A little starting line advantage. It's hard to see when they go and drop on the stop to see what really happened on the starting line, but the starting line, oh boy, Tim Shuck, 35 up front, that goes dead on with a 0 for a perfect ET. Foss off the number, and Shuck took a bunch at the finish line to go dead 0. What a lick there for Tim Shuck. Scott Reinshield will be on the left side of the racetrack in that 69 Corvette. 81 Camaro of Kenny Underwood. Underwood was yesterday's winner. Got him an Ironman yesterday. Let's see how he works through a field today. He has got a tough competitor on the left side of that racetrack in Reinshield. Stockers, you should be in the lanes. Stockers, you should be in the lanes. There goes Underwood. There goes Reinshield. Well, Underwood will not be repeating. They actually both left a tick early. Everybody is pushing it to the very edge, you can tell. Underwood was 008 red. Reinshield was 002 red. Underwood did it first. The red light shines on the right side. The wind light shines for Reinshield. So that wraps up round number 1 of Hot Rod. And we are going to be moving into stock. We're going to be moving into stock as soon as we have them all paired up. That means Quick Rod, you are on standby. Quick Rod, you are on standby. Stockers, you should already be here. We'll assume you're already here. From my view, I can't see if you're already here, but I'm sure when they have them all, we'll send them around the corner. So we'll be going into stock eliminator. If you don't know anything about stock and super stock, they use a ratio based on factory horsepower ratings for the cars. That determines a weight and an index for the car. Horsepower to weight, I believe. And that determines an index for that particular car. So they have a category, whether it's A stock, B stock, whatever that might be. Lots of categories within that. It is your job to then build a car and maximize it to be able to run under that index. Got to go under. Confusing unless you run the category. Also, they leave off of a full tree, so the tree counts down instead of all the lights flicking on at one time. So it really is quite a difficult, challenging class to participate in. You got to hit the bottom bulb. You got to build a car that every piece of that factory setup is maximized out to be able to go under a number. And then you have to dial the car under that number and run that dial and beat the other guy. Boy, oh boy, lots going on to try to drive, race, perform in a stocker. Super stock is very similar, but there's more leniency in what the combination was originally. I think the engine still has to be the same make as the car, but it maybe had to be available, something to that effect. But stockers, you're going to see some of these Chryslers with like 318s in them. Travis Booth over there in the 88 Mustang got a 5.0 rolling out of Trafalgar, Indiana. That's Booth. His index number 1330, but he's dialed 1222. Thomas Loskett, 69 Plymouth GTX with 440 cubic inches of Plymouth power. His base number 12 flat, but he's dialed 1115. So that is the numbers that they intend to leave on. The tree will be staggered. You'll see him leave at separate times. This pair are going to leave just a little more than a second apart. So Loskett will leave first. 1.1 seconds later, Travis Booth will leave and I got that backwards. Booth going to leave first. Loskett will chase him down. Away goes Booth. Loskett with the big block, going to see if he can run him down at the big end. Booth has a little bit of a starting line advantage, and Booth does take the win as Loskett actually goes under the number, goes 11.13.4 on the 11.15 dial. Booth, 12.27 on his 12.22, so Travis Booth moving on. Stevie T, Steve Tukolsky, Richfield, Ohio, 66 Chevy 2 on the right side with a 327 Chevrolet. Dialing 1072. Vance Cummins, 68 Dart over there with a small block. That's a 340 in the 68 Dart. He's going to be dialed 1134. Tukolsky, 1072, so Cummins will leave. And they both do a great job on the starting line. Vance Cummins was 005 on the starting line, but they both go down and break out, and the win light shines for Tukolsky by 1,000th of a second on a double breakout. Tukolsky goes under his dial by 6,000ths of a second. Cummins a little further under. Mike Fenton, West Lafayette, Ohio. I did that just for you. I know it's not Lafayette, but that sounded cool. 1036 for Fenton in the car on the right side of the racetrack. Mike Taylor over out of Somerset, Kentucky, 79 Malibu with just a little old 305 running 1183. Tell me you don't max out some of these little motors. A 305 dialing 1183, and Fenton knocks it unfortunately red. Was dialed 1036. So Taylor moving on to the next round in the Malibu, the G body we like to say, and hits his dial in within 1,000th. Goes 1183.1 on the 1183 number. Steve Zomi, Dodge Dakota over here on the right side of the racetrack, and Paul Boster was our #1 qualifier out of Pataskala, Ohio. I learned yesterday. 2000 Corvette. 346 cubic inches. 1052 the dial in for the left lane for Boster. A second and a half ahead of him going to be Zomi, as he's on an 1199, going to leave. A second and a half later, Boster. That's a full tree. There goes Boster. See if the Corvette can run down the little pick-em-up. Zomi has a little bit of a starting line advantage and does go out the back for the W. Whole shot win there. Gets to the stripe 15 thousandths of a second ahead of Boaster. And number 1 is out in round number 1. So great job for Steven Zomi. 50 up front, 12:01 on his 11:99. Moving along, Michael Hours, 71 Demon, 360 Dodge Power. Taylor Deach, Cobra Jet, down 904, one of the quicker cars in the category. And When Light Shines for Hours, goes 11:37, had a big-time starting line advantage. Deach was a little tardy, and Hours moves on to the next round. Josh Decker, Charleston, Indiana. That is the 72 Corvette 454. On your right side, dialing it 1066, your number 16 qualifier. And Dennis Weish, Lewis Center, Ohio, 73 Dart Sport. Wonder if the Sport has any reflection on that paint job. Man, that thing shines out there in the sun for sure. 11:39 for Weish, 1066 for Decker. Weish in, Decker needs to get in. There he goes. Pushed holding that light as long as possible, and huge wheels up launch there for Decker. They're only 7 thousandths apart on the starting line, a 28 to a 21, so both of them did their job. And on the double breakout, Josh Decker goes 1065.4 on the 1066, 6 thou under the dial-in. And Dennis Weish out in round number 1 as Decker, closer to his number. Brian Merkel and Brian Karate. Merkel, Johnstown, Ohio, 2000 Firebird, 346 cubic inches Pontiac power. Karate, 2017 Camaro, 427 cubic inches of Chevrolet power in the Camaro. 933 for Karate, 1052 for Merkel. Away goes Merkel, and it does not matter what Karate does at this point in time as Merkel pushes the tree 2 thousandths red, 002. Too soon, Junior. Brian Merkel out in round 1. Karate goes down, goes 930 with a 6 on his 933. And that appears to be a wrap on Stockers. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Quick Rod, 3 and 4. You should be in 3 and 4. Quick Rod to 3 and 4, please. Quick Rod to 3 and 4. Again, attention in the pits, quick rod. You should be in 3 and 4. Quick rod to 3 and 4. Bring them all, roll them this way. Quick rod to 3 and 4, please. Big shout out and thank you to everybody that is already on the property. We are looking towards a wonderful weekend of racing here. We got the full production crew for Speed Sport 1. They are on the property. The video live stream footage is amazing. Ken Stout, Tommy Johnson Jr. going to be doing they got much better faces for the live feed. So when we go to Speed Sport 1 and we do some introductions and whatnot later, they are in the house. Also, if you didn't know it, Shirley Muldowney and Don Garlitz, Big Daddy, they are both going to be in the house this weekend. Meet and greet, hanging out with racers and fans. So we're excited to have two absolute biggest legends of the sport going to be here. They may already be here. All right, when I give that shout out there for production, Windy City Creative Group is who's doing the production there for Speed Sport 1, Speed Sport 2, and you can catch all of it live and free on any of those platforms, plus IHRA. Boy, I can't even spell. It's already been a long weekend. IHRA.TV. That's on YouTube. IHRA.TV on YouTube. But I mean, they've got the boom camera out there. They've got the drones. They've got coverage from one end of the racetrack to the other. There's going to be pit interviews, top end interviews. It's the real deal here at Darana Raceway, Ohio, for the season opener of the IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series. We got top fuelers in the house coming up later. Funny cars, Nitro funny cars in the house coming up later. Pro mods, pro stock, both 500-inch and Mountain Motor Pro Stock. And I understand there's a big mess of Mountain Motor Pro Stock cars on the property. That should be an absolute barn burner. You got Pro Mod, you got Top Alcohol funny car, Top Alcohol dragster. I mean, the biggest, baddest, fastest cars on the planet right here in Hebron, Ohio at Darana Raceway. We got Quick Rod in the lanes, Quick Rod. Final call, Quick Rod to 3 and 4, Quick Rod to 3 and 4. Super Stock, you're on standby. Short standby for Super Stock. Short standby for Super Stock. Working our way through round number 1 of eliminations. For all the classes that already ran once this weekend, I'm going to call them the Pro-Am classes. That is Hot Rod, Stock, Quick Rod, Super Stock, Super Rod, Top Sportsman, Top Dragster. Plus this morning we got Factory Stock, and we have the John Holt Hemi shootout. So lots going on, and that's all before what we might call opening ceremonies. Once we go there, we're going right into the qualifying for the big boys. Top Alcohol funny car, Top Alcohol dragster, snowmobile, Pro Stock, Mountain Motor Pro Stock, Pro Nitrous, Pro Mod, Top Fuel Harley funny car, and Top Fuel. Oh my goodness. It's going to be insane here at Darana Raceway this weekend.
So this is a lifestyle for you. How exciting is it to see this new era of the IHRA come to fruition?
I love it. I mean, I know a lot of people were, questioning what would it be like, but it has far exceeded our expectations. We're loving it. They are treating us so well here, and I hope many more racers come out for the rest of these.
Kendra, being a woman in racing is no easy task. In your career, in your life, experiencing everything that you have experienced, what keeps you coming back to racing?
I love the sport. It's how I met my husband. My parents race, my father-in-law races, so everyone races. I love the people we meet. It's a great sport. It's a great family sport, and I love the competition.
What can you tell us about the track today?
The track's been great, so I'm looking forward to this race, and hopefully we come out on the right side.
Kendra, best of luck today.
Thank you.
Weldon's ice cream made right up the road here, and it was sweet and creamy and delicious. Am I tickling your taste buds yet? I did see lemon shake-ups down there. I think there's a taco place down there. If you want me to talk about your food, bring it to the tower, and I'll talk it up. Just saying. I mean, not to just come right out and say it, but also the IHRA merchandise trailer. And it ain't just one trailer. The IHRA merchandise area got two sides, got vintage IHRA merchandise, and it is nice stuff, and boy, it's priced to go. If you leave here this weekend without an IHRA shirt or hat, I think on the vintage side, I don't know that you can go buy blank white T-shirts at Walmart for a better deal, and these things are beautiful. They, of course, have this year Series 2025 shirts, hats, Series shirts, all on the other side. So they've got the current on one side. They've got the vintage on the other side. All sizes available. I might have already scored myself an event shirt with the Series on it for the year. So you might want to go ahead and get one of those while they have your size. But check that out. Free Wi-Fi on the property. I mean, we got everything here. And the next thing we have here is going to be Quick Rod.
Quick Rod is suited.
Quick Rod rolling under the tower, so Super Stock, you are on standby.
We have some absolutely beautiful cars.
One awesome thing about an event like this, and that's not like every national event out there, your ticket is a pit pass. You get to walk around and check these cars out up close and personal. Full carbon fiber body on Tony Collier's 2018 McIlvain Dragster. That thing is carbon fiber from one end to the other. The whole body, the scoop, it's all carbon fiber. He's out of Delaware, Ohio, and he's going to be dialed. They're all going to be dialed 890 here in Quick Rod. The left lane, Troy Williams Jr. out of Bradenton, Florida, 2013 Phantom. Beautiful paint on the Overkill Motorsports Dragster, and he was your winner from last night. Attention in the pits, Super Stock. Super Stock to the back of the lanes for pairings. Super Stock. We need you to the back of the lanes for pairings. Last night's winner making the long trip from Bradenton, Florida, Troy Williams Jr. Going to be in the left side of the racetrack, Tony Collier, Delaware, Ohio. Right side, Quick Rod. That is an 890 index. If you're unfamiliar with these indexes and how they work, you'll see the cars leave and you go, what happened to that car? Why did that car leave and then it slowed down? And they take off. Tree drops, they take off. They coast, and then they come back on. They have a throttle stop on there that is controlled to help get closest to the index. Troy Williams Jr. was 0-10 on the starting line and goes dead on with a 6. So Troy Williams Jr., Bradenton, Florida, moving on to the next round. Collier, 28 up front, went under the index. So Troy Williams Jr. moving on to round number 2. Rick Randy Watson in the right side of the racetrack out of Buckeye Lake, Ohio. 2001 Race Tech with a small block. And Steve Eckerd, the only door car in the category. 91 Cutlass out of Pataskala, Ohio. 632 cubic inches of big block power for the Cutlass. On the left side of the racetrack, Watson. Small block power for the 2001 Race Tech. But Watson goes too quick, takes too much stripe, and Steve Eckerd goes dead on with a 7. 32 on the let go, goes 890 with a 7 on the 890 dial. And Watson goes 888 on the 890 dial in. He was 20 up front, had a little room to play with, but doesn't get it done at the big end, and Steve Eckerd moving on to the next round. Super Stock, you should be in the back of the lanes for pairing. Super Stock, we need you to the back of the lanes for pairing, please. Looks like we might have one on the clock. Once the pair is called forward, if one won't start, they have a time clock, an amount of time that they have to get the car started and to the ready line. So I think they're back there with a fight going on to get the next one fired up and headed this way, hoping it doesn't time out, doing everything they can to get that machine started. Looks like Donnie Hardman rolling to the water box. 02 Race Tech, 565 cubic inches of Chevrolet big block power out of Wallace, West Virginia. All right, Hardiman. Nobody ever likes it to be that way, but there's a clock for a reason. And Hardman makes the call. His competitor cannot get started. That would have been Patrick Forster. Forster can't get the car fired off in time to make it to the starting line, so Hardman going to be on a competition bye. We call that a broke bye. So they were paired up. Forster cannot make the call. And Donnie Hardman going to get a freebie moving on to round number 2 as his competitor does not make the lane call.
Battery was dead. Dead battery for a lot.
So away goes Hardman. Was 22 up front. Let's see how close on the 890. 888 flat. That was going to be tough to beat. But Forster cannot make the call. So moving on. Next pair rolling to the water. That's going to be Adam Gerber out of Massillon, Ohio. Massillon?
Massillon.
Oh, boy. Here we go again with these funny names of towns. Massillon, Ohio. Massillon. It's got an E. All right, 2007 American. 598 cubic inches for Gerber, going to be on the right side of the racetrack. Steve Taylor, going to be on the left side out of Cosherton, Ohio. 568. But it does look like they're going to do a little touch-up on the racetrack. So going to do a little touch-up with the rotator. And then we'll be back to it.
I'm down here with Pat Forrester in staging for Hot Rod. Now, you just had a little mechanical difficulties. Can you just walk us through what happened?
Yeah, I think we had a starter go bad. So unfortunately, we got up here, we drove it up. Everything looked good. The time runs looked we had the Sunoco Dragster running real consistent, and unfortunately, we just weren't able to get it fired for the first round here. So.
Now, moving forward, going back to the pits, what will your team do to get this car back starting?
Well, we'll figure out. I think it's either a starter, so we got plenty of parts. We got a trailer full of them. We got great sponsors, and we'll get back after it. So.
Yeah. See you later in that top dragster class. What expectations do you have for yourself?
Well, win. We in top dragster, that's the class I actually normally run. So I'm actually borrowing my buddy Jacob Zelrod's car here today to run this class. But yeah, we're going to get after it in top dragster. We got another one of these Sunoco Dragsters, American built, and it's going to be. I think we're looking forward to it. We got a small but mighty field, and we'll get after it here in a minute.
Well, thanks so much, Pat. We'll see you afternoon.
At 8 a.m. tomorrow.
So a little track touch-up going on there, and I kind of told you a little bit about that machine that's out there right now, that rotator. So you see, as it goes by, on the back side of it, there's 4 great big racing slicks. They're mounted on tires, they're aired up, and they rotate backwards. So as that tractor goes down the racetrack, they plant those tires down, and it smooths out the groove. You end up with narrow grooves a lot of times because several of the cars go down the same spot. And they need to even that glue out, even that rubber out, and it just smooths everything out and gives them another perfect surface to go racing on. So back to it now as the tractor parks, and Adam Gerber and Steve Taylor getting ready to go at it here in Quick Rod. The right lane is Gerber, the left lane is Taylor. In qualifying, Gerber went 889 with a 9. So that car is absolutely dialed perfectly there in the right lane. And the left lane, Taylor went 890 with a 9. So both of them, Gerber within 1,000th of perfect, Taylor within 9,000ths of perfect. So both these cars are absolutely deadly and both tuned to perfection. It worked. Finally, it worked. That's the first time it's worked all weekend. I talked about Brian's Burgers, and then I heard they were delicious, and guess what just happened? The first thing that happened was Adam Gerber moved on to round number 2. He was 12 up front, 889 with a 5. Steve Taylor was 14 up front, went 888 with an 8. Super tight race between those two racers, but the win light shines for Gerber. What else is shining, and it's going to be shining here in a minute, is some cheese sticks and a burger from Brian's Burgers. Every once in a while, it works. So now, it's got some good-looking pickles on it. Can't wait to dig in. Go get you some lunch today. Lots of opportunities. There's tacos. There's tacos. There's, what all you got? Ice cream. There's burgers. There's sausage and peppers. Italian sausage. Walking tacos. Brian's Burgers. That's what I got. Fresh squeezed lemonade. Pizza. Hot rod grill. No reason to go home hungry here today. Boy, Jamie Elrod was not hungry on the starting line. 004 for the left lane and dead 4. So Jamie Elrod puts together a pass that is 8,000th from perfect. We call that an 8-pack. 004, dead 4. So Jamie Elrod moving on to the next round with a package right there that is nearly impossible to beat. Jason Hardig, 2017 American. Right side of the racetrack, Dan Supa out of Evans City, PA. 2023 SW race dragster. 528 cubic inches of Mopar power. How about that? That's a little bit different combination. Huge majority of dragsters run big block Chevy versions on them. That one's got a big block Mopar on it. But the Mopar got a little bit antsy and went 7 thousandths red. Harding, 27 up front, 884.8 for the W. Runs it out the back just so he knows exactly what he's got on the plate for next round. So Jason Harding, the right lane, moving on to round number 2. And with the single, Kendra Reinshield. Qualified dead 2. 890 with a 2 to put her number 1. And here for that potential buy, which works out odd number of cars. So Reinshield moves on to round number 2. I guarantee they put down another lap. And I would almost bet you, Joe, that it's going to say 889 and change. That's what I'm going with for Reinshield. Qualified dead on with a 2.
No.
You don't think it's going to go under? I think it's going to go under by about 3 thou. Ooh, he says dead 5. Let's see who's right. On the let go. 597 to the 8th. 884 to. Even further under than we anticipated. We call carrying a few numbers. We like to call that. A few in the bank, just in case you get behind, you get beat on the tree, you go out there and you poke the nose out. You still got enough motor to get around. So holding a few numbers is pretty darn common, and you get that buy run and you run it out the back and you see exactly how many you're holding, so you're ready for the next round. Chris, you look like you want to say something.
Yeah, I was just thinking about something. You know that old saying, beef, that's what's for dinner? Well,
yep.
Apparently Brian's beef and Brian's burgers are not just for dinner, because they're up here in the tower and look amazing for lunch.
They've already been
Yeah, too late. I beat you to that punch. Don't think there's another one showing up here now. I'm gonna let you have this super stock, and I'm gonna try one of these Brian's burgers.
We should have.
Hey, folks, I hope you don't need it, but just in case. Something else. Sports. They can help you out right there. So that first aid station is open and available for you. Do not hesitate if you need something. If you need them to come to you, have somebody run and get them, and they will come to you. Headed into Super Stock. Matt Dottis, 2005 Sunfire, coming around on the right side. That's the white Sunfire. That's the white car. Over on the left side, it's a 73 Barracuda, and that's being driven by Mr. Jeff Ross. That's a K automatic. And Matt on the right side is running an H automatic. As we go along, we'll try to explain those. Those have different letters and different ET numbers that go along with them. It's based on how many cubic inches you have based in comparison or in relationship to the weight of the car to where it gets its classification.
I think the whole crew is up.
All right, first pair, waiting for Matt to come in and turn on his top bulb. That says he's ready. And then when the bottom bulbs come off, that means they're both set, and then they get the tree, and you're going to see them leave at a little bit different times, and that's all right. Separated by 11 on the tree. Both of them have a green. Double breakout. That means they ran quicker than what you saw up on the scoreboard. Matt runs 995 and a 5. Jeff Ross ran an 1111. Matt was a little bit closer. He is going to be your winner in the first round. He did have an 11 reaction on the tree. 22,000 on a reaction for Jeff. Rod Worrell, heads up race. Both FSA automatics. Looks like Rod struggled a little bit there in the left side with that 16 Cobra Jet. The 14 Mustang for Jaden Deach. Takes it down through there, 10 flat with a 5. He's going to be your winner at 134 miles an hour. Deach, you're going to hear that name. There's about 4 of those cars on the property this weekend. Rod, we wish you the best, buddy. We know that that's not the way that should go. Rod, that's a fairly new car, and they're actually shaking that down and getting a few bugs worked out of it. So, Rod, he'll be back. He'll be back. Andy Cronenbetter, Chris Ruzicka.
This is one of our junior drivers who's advanced in the bigger cars.
Yep, most certainly is. 912 in the A automatic on the right side, alongside Andy Cronenbetter with a GT-G automatic. It's an 08 Cobalt. He won a couple classes yesterday, just from about 4 miles down the road here. $960 for Andy Cronenbetter with a 532 miles an hour. Chris goes across 31 above that dial of 912. Cronenbetter moving on to the next round. Aaron Russell coming in the 4th gen 96 Camaro, right side in the GTE automatic. Mark Sanders, this is also the PK Racing team. Andy Cronenbetter just went down. He was part of the PK Racing team. Mark's the other half. GTF automatic 970 in the left lane. Three 1,000 separate them on the tree. Close right up front. Close it to big end. Looks like it's going to be Aaron Russell. He goes about 3 thou under that 10.02. Mark Sanders went 6 thou under, so Aaron Russell's a little closer to his index, that 10.40. He's going to be your winner. Second round. Earl Rowe, 88 Camaro on the right side. Jeff Fretch, 83 Z28, left lane. John Fretch is out of Cortland, Ohio. 1073 on the board. Earl has a 1031. Up on the scoreboard, whoever has the slower number up there is going to leave just a little bit before. There you saw John in the left lane leave. He got the green light a little bit before Rowe, and that's to make these cars even out, make them really close. It's a matter of who can drive that big end down there. This time it's Earl Rowe from Newark, just up the road. 33 reaction, 1033 with a 5 at 123. Fretch had a 53 reaction. He was about 200s behind. Goes across 26 above that 73. Larry Eagle, 91 Olds. Left side, 940. Bob Marshall, 65 Dodge, 945. Bob Marshall and this Dodge has been around, folks, with all due respect, it's been around for decades. It's that good of a car. Bob's always that good of a driver. A lot of history with a car in the right lane. Bob Marshall's running an A automatic there in the left lane. GTE class for Larry. Larry goes about 15 under that 940. Bob runs 14 above. He runs 946 on a 40. He had a 27 reaction, 139 miles an hour. Marshall in the right lane turns on the wind light for that big 426 Hemi. Danny Smith, 67 Plymouth here in the right side, 1009 on the board, alongside Randy Eakins in the 2019 Cobra Jet. That's that red Mustang in the left lane, 997. All right, folks, what you're seeing out there right now is our track officials. They're running just a quick mop on that. They just want to make sure that lane is as perfect in the left lane as possible. It's nothing really to worry about. Everything's okay. They do this frequently or semi-frequently to make sure that track is as perfect as can be for both lanes. Chris, have you introduced yourself this morning? This is Chris Eagle coming in on us. He's sitting here in the tower with us. Chris is our Division 3, 5, and 6 director. So when we have questions or any kind of compliments to pay for Division III, we direct them right toward Chris. And he's sitting in here with us, giving us a hand. He's the guy who tells us which classes to call and what's coming along and any kind of changes that might be there. We appreciate that, Chris. Glad to have you in here.
Yeah, it's always a good time out here at this racetrack. It's a good time at any racetrack.
It's a good day to be at a racetrack, and it's a great day to be out here at Darana Raceway, here at the IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series. I know you've heard it, and I want to remind you, we got a couple of racing legends for drag racing going to be here today and tomorrow. They may already be here. That's Big Daddy Don Garlitz and Shirley Muldowney. We'll try. You'll be seeing them float around the racetrack over the next couple of days. Always fun to have them. Pulled out the big tractor. We're going to do a little scrub and rub here.
Super Rod 5 and 6.
Super Rod, lanes 5 and 6, please. Super Rod, lanes 5 and 6. Okay, once again, here on the left side in that 19 Cobra Jet, that pretty red Mustang. Randy Eakins with 997. Danny Smith in this gorgeous Mopar. 67 Plymouth on the right lane with a 1009. I want to give a big shout out to IHRA. Our executives are not in an air-conditioned suite. That tractor that you saw out on the track just a few moments ago, that's being wheeled by Josh Peak. He is IHRA's national president. Our executives get their hands dirty. Josh is one of those great people in the leadership of IHRA. And it looks like Randy in the left side is being pushed back, unfortunately. That means that car's lost fire, or Randy didn't feel like it was going to run the way he should. And he says, I'm not going to take a chance on him. I'm going to live to race another day. So Danny Smith down that right side from Westerville, Ohio, is going to get a single. .034 reaction for Danny. He runs across 10, 15, and a 2 at 129. He's dialed in there at 1009. So that's about 62 above. And Randy, throttle hung up is what you said. Is that correct? Throttle hung up into burnout, and that's not a good thing because you need that loud pedal to come back to you so that you can line up to go run. Next, we got Mr. Bo Fowler from Mooresville, Indiana. 78 Volare. If you're as old as Mr. Carver, you remember the Chrysler song Volare, but you got to be as old as Brent to know that. This is a super stock M automatic. 1215 on the board. How about Bo on that quick reaction on the single? Well, Bo pushes it. Remember, Brent was telling you about holding a little bit. He had 1215 on the dial. He takes it through 1084 and a 5. Just seeing what it'll do.
actually qualified with 1086. That 1215 is his.
So he's close there. Bo Fowler, he got the single. That's why he was at the top of the board. When we have an odd number, whoever sits at the top of the page for qualifying, they get the single. That's why he had the single. Hey, you want to get you something to eat here coming up about 1:30. You want to get something to drink right in behind that big main grandstand. There's fresh squeezed lemonade. There's pizza out there, the Hot Rod Grill. And just so you know, tomorrow morning, if you show up early, they'll be open at 8 o'clock with their full breakfast menu, and they do have great coffee. There's a stand back there for chicken tenders and burgers and hot dogs, a stand back there for Italian sausage and walking tacos. There's a taco truck with an awesome menu. Oxby's is open back there, a little bit further toward the middle. And Brian's Burger and mozzarella sticks. Hey, man. Making you hungry, it's one of those things that just happens. I made a new friend yesterday, and we went down and had some lunch together today. So I took care of that around noon, and it looks like somebody took really good care of Mr. Carver. And, I talked about that first aid station. The way he's looking, little peek at that must have been a really good burger. Dadgum, look at you. Could be. Super Rod, we need you, baby. Super Rod, we like you. We want you. We need you in the lanes. See a few of those roadsters out there. How close are we, Chris? All right, good enough. So the next rumble you hear is going to be Super Rod. Pretty much everywhere I go. I'll tell you what, when I was out walking through the staging lanes a little while ago, maybe an hour or so ago, people have great smiles, great attitudes, everyone, and I'm not kidding you. You don't hear a single complaint. You see smile on their faces, and they're excited to be here. All of them say, 3 months. You guys did this in 3 months. It's incredible to put all this together and have such a wonderful race. And I echo those same sentiments, man. It is fabulous what's happened here in 3 months and putting all of this together. And it's a great place to be. You are very, very welcome here. And I was just being, of course, a little sarcastic there. I think Mr. Carver's rubbing off on me, the sarcasm anyway. He seems to be able, when we're not on mic, he seems to speak fluent sarcasm. Oh, boy, I do. I know I hear it. If you're out there on and watching our live feed right now, currently we're on Speed Sport 2 today, Speed Sport 2 tomorrow. That's until the Pro Show starts, which is going to be in about an hour and a half. And then we're going to move to Speed Sport 1. Look at that big jumbo Tron screen out there, how clear a picture is. I can't say enough good things about the TV crew here from Speed Sport and all the coverage they're getting. It is magnificent. It's amazing. All day we're going to, so we're not changing to Speed Sport 1. Okay, Speed Sport 2 today. Okay, all right. Hey, this is Super Rod. This is a 990 class. They try to run as close to 990 as they can without going quicker than 990. Tim Diamond in that Roadster over on the left side out of Dublin, Ohio. That's a 27 Ford Roadster look-alike. Connie McMillan here in that first gen. That's a 68 Camaro. Ajax, Ontario is where Connie calls home. That's a red light, 009. Not allowed doing that during eliminations. Immediate disqualification. Diamond in that left lane, 002. That's 2 1/1000ths away from a perfect start. He runs it across 11 above, 991 and a 1, 162. So Tom's headed on. And then Ron Lauer is coming in on the left side, right in behind him out of Dundee, Ohio. That's a 96 Cutlass in the left lane. 94 Cutlass over here in the right side. And this is Morgan Napier. She's just from up the road in Etna. Runs out of the Eckert Racing stable. And you'll see a few of those Eckerts and Napiers out there on the starting line right now, sending all those good vibes and good thoughts toward Morgan. Good racing family, the Eckert family. Flowers out of Dundee. Always got to watch them. Clean start here for the second pair of Super Rod. All right, Morgan went a little bit faster, like by about 55 under that 990. Lauer went 11 under, which is closer to the 990. So Ronnie is your winner, and he had a 39 right up front. Corvette there on the left side out of New Philly, Ohio. That Corvette is wheeled by Rich Pica. John Sickish in the Corvette Roadster down the right side. Okay, what's happened there, folks? We did have a timeout. He did not get into the beams quickly enough for Rich there in the left lane. So when you time out like that, you've got a certain amount of time to get in there when the bulbs in the right lane go on. So John Sickish, he goes 1/1000th under that 990, and he's the automatic winner. 154 miles an hour. Rich, buddy, we'll see you back. I know you'll be back to race another day. Paul Richardson in the Camaro Roadster. That's based on a 68 Camaro here in the right lane. Comes out of Woodburn, Indiana. And Brian Johnson from Coshocton, Ohio in that gold 69 Valiant. Brian Johnson, Paul Richardson, headed toward the big end. Brian was a little bit late getting started, tried to make it up at the big end, which happens. Tried to stick that nose out there and went 15 under the 990. Paul Richardson goes 14 above, 991 and a 4. 005 for Paul, reaction. Great start there for Paul. Jeff Gerber, Carl Rechtenwald. Rechtenwald, 94 Lumen on the right side. The 86 Spitzer Roadsters in the left lane with Jeff Gerber behind the wheel. He comes out of Massillon, Ohio. Carl's right here out of Columbus. Good start for one, better start for the other. I'll tell you about it in just a moment. Carl Rechtenwald, right lane, 10. Reaction takes it across 991 and 862. Most importantly, turns on the wind light. Jeff Gerber, now he ran a 990 with a 2. That's 2/1000 from a perfect run, but he was slower getting started by 300ths. So starting line advantages are huge. And there's a perfect example. Carl Rechtenwald, the right lane's your winner. How about Mark Harmon out of Sunman, Indiana? This is a 69 Camaro. That's the red Camaro over in the left lane. Bill Jackson out of Mansfield, Ohio, the 93 Chevy. One-thousandths of a tick is between these two. You can't see that with your eye. Jackson had the 1/1000ths, but he went and broke it out by 21, and Mark Harmon went 991 and a 1. So Bill Jackson went just a little bit too quick, and Mark Harmon is your winner. How about Jeff Smith? He's in the 1990 Skylark on the right side, alongside Ron Brady, 93 Lumina. That's the white vehicle in the left lane. Ron comes to us out of Clarksburg, West Virginia. And Jeff Smith made the tow in from Kendalluke, Indiana. Top Sportsman, Top Sportsman. Hey, Top Sportsman, need you to lanes 3 and 4, please. Top Sportsman, we need you to lanes 3 and 4. And while I was saying that, Brady in that left lane goes dead on that 990 with a 4. 18 right up front. That's a total of 22 being off. That's a nice pass, 155. Smith in that right lane, 006 getting started. He went 33 above the 990. Ron with a nice pass there, headed to the next round. Steve Theodore comes out of my hometown there on the right side, and Gary Hardig out of Canal, Winchester. He's in that 68 Camaro. And Steve is in the 63 Corvette Roadster. About 14 thou separated right up front at the light. One of them had a 14 thou advantage. And the one with the advantage does carry it all the way through. 31 up front for Steve Theodore. He runs 990 dead on with an 8.
I'll tell you what, Joe, with an 8, there's not a whole lot of room for improvement.
Not a lot. I mean, that is so quick. 8 1,000ths. I'm not sure. Gary, he put in some good work. 45 up front on the reaction. He takes it about 6 thou under trying to get down there. Not quite enough to get there. So my hometown buddy, Steve Theodore, headed to the next round. That's going to do it, it looks like, for Super Rod. Top Sportsman, Top Sportsman, Top Sportsman. Need you to lanes 3 and 4. Top Dragster, that puts you on standby, please. Top Sportsman, Top Sportsman. Need you to lanes 3 and 4. And Top Dragster, you're on standby, please.
Each week on Speed Sport 1, get the very best in grassroots racing with Prime Cuts. Every Thursday night at 7 p.m. Eastern, we'll serve up a new episode.
And around goes the 9, and we're going to pile them up
from coast to coast and all points in between.
3 wide off of turn 2.
Prime Cuts is choice racing action cut down to the very best.
Oh, great. And holy goodness!
Join us for new episodes Thursdays at 7 p.m. Eastern on Speed Sport 1. Speed Sport 1 has racing 24/7.
Trouble. Lost the right front hard.
Each week, find new episodes of Prime Cuts. Grassroots racing from America's short tracks.
Oh, look at one upside down into turn number 1.
Speed Sport 1 is the place to satisfy that itch for racing.
Checker's gonna wave. Who's it gonna be?
Go to speedsport1.com for a complete guide to what's coming your way next. Speed Sport 1, the live racing network. Monday Mayhem.
Hey, Top Sportsman, we need you, we need you, we need you. We like you, we love you, and we need you. Lanes 3 and 4, please. They're messing with me. Hey, we like you, we want you, we need you. To lanes 3 and 4. I think that's how it's supposed to go. But anyway, Top Sportsman, we need you in lanes 3 and 4. Top Dragster, you are on standby. Top Sportsman, I'd love to see your fenders roll in up here. Come on, come on, come on. Hey, Top Sportsman, Top Sportsman, Top Sportsman. Another call for you, please. Top Sportsman, lanes 3 and 4. Come on, come on, come on. Top Sportsman.
just want to thank everybody out there watching live on Speed Sport 2 and IHRA.TV on YouTube. These broadcasts are brought to you free, courtesy of IHRA and our official broadcast partner, Speed Sport 1. SS2 and IHRA TV will have all the action live through tomorrow's Top Fuel first rounds, after which the Pro Finals will be live on Speed Sport 1. You won't want to miss that, so go now to speedsport1.com to find out all the ways to get it. So today, Speed Sport 2. Tomorrow, Speed Sport 2 up until Pros, and then it will flip over to Speed Sport 1. You can also catch it, the regular live stream, on IHRA.TV. Great news.
Great news. Attention and attention. We need top dragster.
1 and 2. Top dragster to 1 and 2 dragster. Looks like Top Sportsman is saddled up and ready to go. Strapped in. Safety equipment all on. Last check of the tire pressure. And Top Sportsman going to be rolling into the beams. Check out the Camaro here of Chris Osborne. All carbon fiber front end. And it's really cool how they left the carbon fiber showing through the red paint on those stripes. That's pretty awesome. I don't know that I've seen that before. So the SS stripes on the Camaro of Osborne sitting under the tower here, I can see the SS stripes coming up the hood, but you can still see the carbon fiber through them. And I think that looks particularly cool. Also, I don't know how many people are out there that can do the airbrush work that we see on a lot of these race cars. You see these race cars, and they look like they've got bumpers on them. They look like they've got headlights in them. They look like they've got the factory Z28 emblem on them. And most of the time, that is airbrushed on. The artistry that goes into building some of these race cars, to me, is just absolutely unbelievable. It's spectacular. I mean, really is. We got Tony Wilson rolling through the water out of Kannapolis, North Carolina. That's going to be in the late model, the 2015 Camaro. Going to be on the right side of the racetrack. Meanwhile, the engine comes to life for Chris Osborne. Osborne out of Oakland, Michigan. 69 Camaro on the left side of the racetrack. The PackRacingSystems.com Camaro nitrous injection for both of these cars. It's your number 2 and your number 4 qualifier. The right lane. Tony Wilson qualified with a 697 with a 3 and backed it up with a 697 with a 6. Shocking, Chris. It's dialed 697. That's coincidence, right? His 2 test fastest were within 3 thousandths of each other.
Sounds to me like he's got that.
I'd say it's ready to go. Chris Osborne, your number 2 qualifier on the left side of the racetrack, went 669 and 666 in qualifying. He's got it dialed on the 669. So these cars are going to be leaving pretty close to each other, just 300ths apart on the starting line, and both going to be running all 200 by the finish line, and they got to drive the stripe at 200 miles an hour.
The finish line's going to come up so quick. How do they ever have time to look around and figure out where they're at on the track?
I don't know how you can even see around the hood scoop to be able to judge the competitor. How do you drive the stripe in that kind of car? I don't know.
You're coming down to 1,000 of a second, 10,000 in some situations.
Well, Osborne doesn't have to worry about driving the stripe as Tony Wilson goes 008 red. Osborne, 66 up front, goes 670 on the 669 dial. So had it set up just right. Wilson, let's go 8 thousandths of a second too soon. And Chris Osborne moving round number 2 in the 69 Camaro. Next pair rolling through the water box. Your number 3 and your number 5 qualifier. Number 3, Mark McDonald out of Boonville, Indiana. That's right near my home stomping grounds. Boonville, Indiana, big block Ford, 2014 Shelby Mustang. Left lane, out of Mansfield, Ohio. The Oldsmobile Cutlass with 615 cubic inches of big block Chevrolet of Alex Miller. Miller qualified with a 781 and a 779. He's chosen the 81 for the dial in on the left side. McDonald went a 99 with a 3 and a 96 with a 7. He was dialed 7 flat yesterday. He's dialed 699. So 0.8 of a second separate him on the starting line. With Miller leaving first, McDonald will chase him down and see who gets to the stripe first. But they're going to see an 0.8 head start for Miller out of the left lane. And they're both green, and they are within 6 thousandths of each other on the starting line. And the wind light shines, wow, for Alex Miller. We were talking about driving the stripe. 12 thousandths of a second separate him at the finish line. Miller goes 782 with a 1, just 11 thousandths over his number. Mark McDonald goes 7 flat with a 7 on the 699. Man, what a race that was. 12 thousandths of a second at the finish line separate those cars. And Alex Miller, moving on to round number 2, takes out heavy hitter Mark McDonald in round number 1.
I'll tell you what, there's not a whole lot you can do at 12. For the spectators and audience that we have at home, do not be alarmed with this racer. It's our competition direction. This is our latency line, who actually does get a live run per the rules of the IHRA.
Hey, it costs a lot of money, and it is exceptionally hard on race car parts to go down that racetrack one time under full throttle. I don't know what it costs. What do you think it costs to run that car down the racetrack one time? 500? 1,000?
Yeah, I would say you're probably closer to 1,000 by the time they bring it back and do all the changes. And
You got fuel, you got tires,
Yep.
you got all that you desire.
Yep. Not to mention it's not a one-man crew. You know, you got the whole team that has to work on it.
Yep.
Travel expenses and the whole deal.
So when you can save a run in that level of car, you save one. Blower car of Jimmy Fallon, number 1 qualifier, takes it to the line, fires it up, breaks the beams under its own power. That is all per the rule book. And Jimmy Fallon saves the 68 Camaro for round number 2 in Top Sportsman. We're going to be moving towards Top Dragster in a moment. Top Dragster, you should be in the lanes. Top Dragster, if you're not in the lanes, you should be there or on your way. So Top Dragster going to be moving towards you as we will return the Jimmy Fallon machine back to his pit and get ready for round number 2 coming up a little later this afternoon. On a nice slow car like what I drive, we take every pass down the racetrack. It costs 12 cents to take my car down the racetrack. I run it on E85. It's exceptionally slow. So really, I need the practice. I promise Fallon does not need the practice. He's been on it all weekend. And the difference in what it costs to take that race car down the track versus maybe your lower end bracket car like what I've got, I need the practice. But
Oh, I agree. I think Jimmy Fallon showed up. I think he might have forgot the jokes at home,
yeah, he qualified with a 6:39 at 221 mile an hour. Bracket racing, quarter mile at 221 miles an hour. It is, Top Sportsman and Top Dragster is just some of the toughest racing out there, no doubt. If you're not already doing so, remember you can watch IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series Racing live and on demand over at IHRA TV. While you're there, be sure to like and subscribe. If you subscribe, it unlocks updates, access to live chats, and more. So go to IHRA.TV to get started. That's IHRA.TV on YouTube. Subscribe, like it. It'll let you know when there's the next one coming on. Keeps you more up to date when you subscribe. You hit like. The more likes, well, that helps. That helps with coverage. That helps with sponsorship for the coverage. Those live feeds cost a lot of money, and they are brought to you free this weekend by IHRA and their partner, Speed Sport. Again, you're going to be on Speed Sport all day today. Speed Sport 2, that is. All day today. You'll be on Speed Sport 2 for the morning tomorrow. When they flip over to the pro broadcast, it will flip to Speed Sport 1. You'll be able to watch it on IHRA.TV all the way through both days. That's the regular live feed. If you want the big boy feed with Ken Stout, Tommy Johnson Jr., and the top-end interviews, pit interviews, you're going to see that on Speed Sport 1. So you want to kind of go on there, get yourself set up, whether you bring it up on your Roku, your Amazon Prime, however you find it. There's plenty of ways to follow the feed. You can watch it all free in your air conditioning, but if you've never been to a nitro race, live and in person, you have no idea what it's like when two top fuelers step down on the throttle and you are 100 feet away. And the nitro goes in the air and the thunder is, you can't describe it. It's nothing like you can see on TV. So we see those broadcasts, and everybody wants to know where the live feed is and how much it costs. It's free, but I promise you it is worth every penny to come out here to Darana Raceway this weekend and watch all the top-end pros perform this afternoon and eliminate tomorrow. It's going to be an awesome show.
Top Dragster.
First one out, Troy Williams Jr., the Road Warrior out of Bradenton, Florida. Cubic inches of Chevrolet power. Two qualifiers, it went 733.0 and 733 with a 4. He's holding a couple. I shouldn't say that out loud, but I bet they're both holding a couple. It went 733s back to back. He's dialed at 735 for the machine out of Bradenton. It worked for him yesterday. I guarantee I will not question. Jeff Smith Jr., left side, Kendallville, Indiana, 2014 Mullis Dragster. Slightly quicker car. Went 699 in qualifying with a 5, and he's dialed at 701. So they both dialed 2 hun above their qualifying efforts. You think they're packing a couple?
I don't know if they're really holding a couple or if they're just taking into account the weather changes and
I'm going with holding a couple. Listen, they've all got weather stations, track temperature, all those kind of things. What I do know is Troy Williams is packing 2,000ths perfect on the starting line and goes 737 with a 6. He was 2,000 on the let go. Smith was 67 up front, actually went under by 1,000, but he was locked out. Williams 002 up front. There's nowhere to go when your competitor is 67. So Troy Williams still keeping the momentum from yesterday. Was the winner yesterday and moving on to round number 2 today in Top Dragster. Patrick Forrester, Pittsburgh, PA, on the right side of the racetrack. And the Axeman, Chad Axford, Portland, Tennessee. Your number 4 qualifier on the left side, dialed 702. Forrester, 614 the dial. The car went 611 and 618 in qualifying this morning. So he split the difference. He's got it dialed 614 on the right side. Axford made it down to 3 cars and broke something on it yesterday afternoon. As soon as it left the line, it rolled to a stop about 60 feet out. And they had to assist it back to the pits, but obviously got that M&M Dragster put back together. I was thinking it might have thrown a blower belt or something yesterday, something simple. So they've got it back together, and Axford is a killer, boy. I'm just telling you, on the starting line, there is not very many within the dragster world that's any better on the starting line than Chad Axford is. He's got 20,000 to play with. Goes 7:03.3 at the finish line, and that's what I'm talking about. He was 20 ahead on the let go. Goes 7:03.3 on the 7:02, and Axford moving on again to round number 2. Dennis Brown out of New Palestine, Indiana. 540 cubic inches. I believe that's the Pro Charged car, isn't it, over there on the left? Yeah, 540 cubic inch big block with the big old blower on it. Hidden down behind the driver's compartment. It's not hidden. When you heard the burnout, you know it ain't hidden. Pro Charged cars are the loudest cars I've ever heard in my life. The right side, Howard Michael, the man with 2 names. 2 first names. I guess we all have 2 names. He's got 2 first names. Howard Michael. 07 Diamond Dragster, 598 cubic inch big block there on the right side, dialed 723. Brown dialed 622. 1 second head start for Michael, and then Brown will try to chase him down. Michael. Got the top bulb on. We're getting ready to see a flicker. There's the flicker. The flicker of Brown on the left side. Michael knocks his dragster in. Away he goes. Does not matter what Brown does as Michael is 23 red. Dennis Brown moving on to round number 2. Goes, clicked it off early, went 677 at 201. He's been running 620s at 230. So saving his parts down there at the big end. Didn't need them. Competitors red. Dennis Brown green. Dennis Brown moves on to round number 2 in top dragster. I'm not sure there is such thing as factory super stock. There's factory super car that I've heard of. That's what these cars are. They're Cobra Jets. 3 of them are from the Jason Deach camp. And 1 of them, so 3 of them are Mustangs. Coyote power. 1 is a Camaro 350 cubic inch supercharged car. So factory stock, these are factory built, factory purchased supercars. Cobra Jets, Copos, and the category would also include the Dodge Demon version. There are not any Demons here this weekend in the category. So it's going to be Cobra Jets and Copo. Ford versus Chevy. So we need our factory stock. Factory stock. We need you to the lanes. Factory stock to the lanes for Q2. Also, the John Holt Hemi shootout. You need to be getting those cars ready. We're going to be giving you Q2. Oh, we want the John Holt cars too. Outstanding. Okay, so we need our factory stock cars, factory stock, and we need John Holt Hemi shootout cars to the lanes for your second qualifier. Q2 coming up for factory stock and Hemi shootout. Let's bring those this way and get some more cars up here in the lanes and ready to go down this racetrack. like one. A professional TV broadcast brought to you by Speed Sport 1 tomorrow for those finals, 6:30 p.m. Eastern. It is must-see TV, although it's more must-see in person. If you're at home today and you watch and you're like, oh my gosh, they really do have top fuelers. They really do have nitro funny cars on the property right here in Hebron, Ohio. If you live in Columbus, Hebron, anywhere out here, and you like racing at all, if you like go-kart racing, it doesn't matter. It's going to be unbelievable motorsports action here. Top fuel, Harleys, snowmobile. There's snowmobiles in July right here in Hebron, Ohio. What are they going to do? They got some chillers under the track.
Krista Baldwin, a third-generation racer out here. Krista, you mentioned that there is a heritage to the IHRA series as it relates to your family. Tell me about how special it is to see a resurgence in the IHRA.
This is awesome. I mean, the amount of effort that IHRA has put on just for the nitro cars to come back out here, it's been quite the phenomenon to watch, and I'm super excited to be back in this resurgence of the IHRA. And yes, my family has been racing in the IHRA for many, many years, and so I really hope I could have a chance to pick up that Ironman at the end of the day. But now I'm excited. I'm excited to hit the gas and the loud pedal, and this is, man, top fuel is just always at the top. I mean, 12,000 horsepower. How can you not love it?
There's a deep competition field as well. Tell me about how you're kind of approaching this season.
Absolutely. I mean, the 8 cars that are here, they're like all out, full on. It's going to be tough. Like, it's going to be a really tough field to get into. But the best part about everyone that's here for the 8 cars, we're all friends. And so it's super fun to race with all your friends. And I'm excited just to go head to head with them.
The property in his beautiful Mercury to run Pro Mod. We got a great big field, I think, of Mountain Motor Pro Stocks, top fuel, funny car, top alcohol funny car. I mean, not interested. I like to sit in my little slow door car. I do not have the guts, I don't think, to get on one of those machines. I'm too old, and yeah, that too. I'll leave it at too old. See, Chris, I talk so fast and get so twisted up that I can even get you confused. You can't even say Hemi at this point.
You did. You pressed it earlier, though. Joe's got his famous saying that he says all the time. We like you, we want you, we need you.
We need you now.
I got him multiple times earlier. I had him saying, we like you, we love you, we need you. I just got to take one to me. Like, what are you laughing at? I just made you.
Right? We like it, we love it, we want some more of it. That depends. Do you consider being here this weekend work?
Race fans have a home on Speed Sport 1.
As we'll cover this track, we'll drag race to it.
From water to the desert, Speed Sport 1 has a variety of competition that will spark your inner racer.
Look at the number 10 machine. Oh, boom, we got a flipper. We're going to have her, and right back on his wheels.
Speed Sport 1, the live racing network.
Doing the tap dance, rat-a-tat-tat, on the leader's rear bumper.
Go to speedsport1.com for details, viewing options. Speed Sport 1 is the place for the Hunt the Front Super Dirt Series, the premier dirt super late model tour of the Southeast.
And just about 4 wide for the lead.
Watch the series on Speed Sport 1 as it travels to some of the South's best tracks. Founded by racers, the Hunt the Front Super Dirt Series is a professional touring series, and you can see the entire season on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options.
There where this blacktop underneath you, and you add another 30 or 40 or 50 degrees to what you feel in the stands, or even almost in your race car. The staging lanes, you got Steve Keys over there. Got his Gilligan hat on. It's the only way you can survive the weekend. So give a shout out to all of the IHRA crew, the crew here at Darana Raceway, from the ticket booth where they come in, to the ET shack that hands out your time slips, to the computer operators and everybody working out there in the heat and the sunshine. Hats off to you, but then put your hat back on and keep the sun off your head. Hey, hopefully, if I talk good enough about everybody else, they'll even want me back again. You know, I keep patting them on the back, tell you about how amazing Doug Foley Jr. is, riding around there on his green Darana Motorsports scooter. Doug Foley. Don't forget, Brent Carver in the tower, having an awesome time. Telling you about IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series. This is stop number 1 out of 5 races in this series. We go to Milan, Michigan. We come back here to National Trail. We go to Dragway 42. And then wrap up the season down at Galant Motorsports in Dunn, North Carolina. So this is factory stock. Factory stock. Todd Early out of Hicksville, Ohio. That's the right side. That is one of the Deitch machines. It's a 2014 Cobra Jet. Now, you had to be on a special list if you were going to get a Cobra Jet in any year from Ford. You buy that car straight from Ford. They make 50 of them a year. It does not have a VIN number. You cannot buy that Cobra Jet and drive it on the street. You have to be a special dude to get a Cobra Jet. Taylor Deitch on the left side, 2018 Cobra Jet. Obviously, Jason Deitch has put in the words to get Cobra Jets. But they only make like 50 of them a year. They're factory race cars. They come with slicks. They come with roll cages and everything else. And you roll them right out of the box, and you go race them. This is still a qualifying session. Looks like Taylor had a little problem there on the left side. Early goes right down, but maybe not entirely under full power. That car certainly has potential for much quicker passes than that. But this is a qualifier. And looks like we're waiting for the top end to get clear. We've got 2 more burnouts have happened. That's Doug Hamp over here in the lone Camaro. He is somewhat outnumbered. Doug Hamp going to be in the Camaro, the Copo Camaro. Same deal with the Copos. You got to be somebody if GM is going to allow you the privilege of riding them 130, whatever, however much they are. They used to be $135,000, $150,000. Yeah. So if you're a real good guy or gal and you have all the right connections with Ford Performance or with GM Performance and you talk to them real sweet, they'll give you the privilege of writing them a really big check to buy a real special race car. Jason Deach has 3 of them here. Usually when a guy gets into this version, they end up with maybe even more than 1 in their stable because they're hard to get. They are expensive, but if you tried to build that race car from scratch, you got a body in white. You start from nothing, you'd probably have 200 grand in them. You know, you got the highest tech engine combinations. You got great chassis. You've got great roll cage, safety equipment, all that stuff, and they come ready to rock and roll. So factory stock, factory supercars is some pretty cool racing, and it's unbelievable how fast those cars are. That you can buy that car if you have the means and you have the connections, and you can go out and race them heads up, and they run 780s at 175 miles an hour. All right, engines come back to life. Doug Hamp, the Lone Ranger in the Camaro out of York, PA, 2020 model Camaro, 350 cubic inches and a blower. Jason Deach, Edgerton, Ohio, 2018 Cobra Jet with just a little bitty old Coyote 302 in it. Currently, he is the #1 qualifier, went 780 with a 6 at 175 miles an hour. Hamp went 859 at 141, not making the full pull. So let's see if Hamp can hang with Deach and move up. Right now, Deach is #1, Taylor Deach is #2. Hamp is on with an 859. Got to go 787, and not going to happen. Cleaned the tires, clean off on the hit, zipped right to the moon, recovers it, goes 990, 143 mile an hour. Deech clicks it off real early, 1239, only 89 miles an hour. Saving it for later. He's already number one. Why beat it up? Next things coming through the corner going to be Q2 for the John Holt Hemi Shootout. Hemi Shootout is heads up quarter mile Hemi cars. Full field of them here. And that's going to be some fun wheels up racing right there, too. I saw a couple of them carry the front ends out probably 100 feet. So that's exciting to watch as well, that John Holt Hemi Shootout. Hey, we're only about 30 minutes away from actual official opening ceremonies and going into qualifying for the pros. So at 3 o'clock, we're going to have opening ceremonies. Right after opening ceremonies, we're going to have top alcohol funny car, top alcohol dragster, snowmobile, pro stock, mountain motor pro stock, pro nitrous, pro mod, Top Fuel Harley, Funny Car, and Top Fuel Q1s all coming up at 3 o'clock. So the heat is getting ready to go up here at Darana Raceway, Ohio. More folks showing up in the stands. You're getting here at the right time. A little bit of cloud cover probably going to make for a little bit better conditions, to be honest, as we go into the pros here in 25 minutes. You're going to have opening words from Ken Stout, Tommy Johnson Jr. They're going to be ready to go at 3 o'clock. We're going to have opening ceremonies, and then it is going to be time to absolutely turn the heat up to 11. When we go into top alcohol funny car, that kicks off pro qualifying Q1 coming up at 3 o'clock. So we're only 24 minutes away. J.R. Baum, Elvin Baum Jr. This is the Hemi Shootout qualifying. Goes 904, 134 miles an hour. Stays at number 5. We got an 8-car field in the Hemi Shootout. That's the way we like every one of them to go. It's just off Broadway. All right, another Hemi Cuda on the left side. Currently sits number 3. Went 852, 158 miles an hour on his first hit. It takes an 839 to go to number 1. The car went 852, heading down the racetrack, 539 to the 8th, 847-1. stays at number 3. He did improve the number, now in the 40s. He was in the 50s earlier. Moved the number down to 847, securely at the number 3 position. This is some good stuff. These cars, so you got 2 cars run 840 with a 2. Number 2 qualifier, Jason Line. Anybody heard that name before?
Yeah, I've heard that name. Maybe once.
Might have run a few pro stock races over the years, huh? Oh, check out Anthony Rhodes, the Candy Cuda. Man, the paint jobs on these Buc-ee's Limited cars are stinking believable. Tukey's the painter. I don't know who painted it. Apparently Tukey. But all I can tell you is, man, the sparkle in the paint jobs is second to none. So the car currently on the starting line in the right lane went 855 at 157 miles an hour in the first round of qualifying. It takes a 47 or better to move up a spot. It takes a 40 with a 1 to go to number 1. So let's see if the Candy Cuda can improve. Candy Cuda trying to improve upon the number 4 qualifying position. I'm betting we need those first couple probably sitting in the water box or mighty close to it at the tower. So Top Alcohol Funny Car, it is imperative that you start rolling this way in the next 10 minutes so that you can be in place and we can have you in place. Starting line ceremonies, opening ceremonies will happen promptly at 3 o'clock. We want to have cars ready to fire up, and that will be Top Alcohol Funny Car. We need you rolling this way. We know it takes a few minutes. Start hooking them up to your tow vehicles. Start bringing them this way. There goes the number 10 qualifier, 8 qualifier, and going to jump way up. That car did not have a good hit on the first shot. Goes down, jumps from number 8 to number 6, goes 868, 455 miles an hour. Moving through our John Holt Hemi Shootout qualifier number 2. And again, Top Alcohol Funny Car, Top Alcohol Dragster, you need to be ready right behind them. But more importantly, I need Top Alcohol Funny Car. Oh, that Cuda spins the tires a little, turns towards the center line, saves it, clicks it back off, and idles down the racetrack. No need to waste anything else once you've knocked the tire or got a little out of shape. It's just a qualifier. No need to risk your equipment. The Fish Stick, another one of those Buc-ee's Limited Barracudas. The Fish Stick. Check out that absolutely knock your eyes out paint job. That is Pro Stock Champion Jason Line. Jason Line held on to the number 1 qualifying position, I think, till the second to the last car. He went 843 at 158, on the previous pass. He needs to go 840 with a 1 to improve back to number 1. So let's see if Line can take the fish stick to the top of the qualifying sheet. Currently, again, sits number 2. Got to pick up 3 Hun to go to number 1. If anybody can row the gears, it's going to be Line.
Got it. The real American beer in the house. Real American beer. Whoa! Real American. That was the wrong guy, wasn't it? That's all right. That's Ric Flair.
That's Ric Flair. It's the real American beer, brother. How was that? Was that better? All right. I don't have any more bass. Mama sang bass. Real American beer in the house and available over at Bryant's Burgers. I saw it in the coolers. All right. Next, Cuda Hemi sitting on the line. Currently, number 1. It'd be hard to improve on that qualifying position. Went 840 at 159 miles an hour. I'm pretty sure cannot go any better, because it looks like you're going to finish up this qualifying session as number 1. Again, attention in the pits. This is imperative. I know everything I say is imperative, but this is actually imperative. Ooh, and I see him coming. That's good. I see one. That means they heard it last time. Top alcohol funny car. Top alcohol funny car. You need to come to the lanes, and you need to come now. We will do opening ceremonies in 14 minutes. You are to follow opening ceremonies. So the first ones, I'm saying, are already being directed here under the tower. You're the next ones down the racetrack. So top alcohol funny car. Ladies and gentlemen in the stands, welcome to Darana Raceway here in Hebron, Ohio, previously known as National Trail. Now, corporate owner Darana Hybrid, Darana Raceway here in Hebron, Ohio, the home of the first IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series race of 2025. And we've got it absolutely all here for you in Hebron, Ohio. We've got all the pro classes. We've got the Sportsman classes. We've got a free live feed on IHRA.tv and Speed Sport 2 today. Speed Sport 1 tomorrow afternoon. We have a professional broadcasting crew. I've been getting texts from friends of mine who are in Kentucky, Tennessee. They're going, I have never seen this kind of sportsman coverage at an event before. The live stream from IHRA and Speed Sport is absolutely second to none. It's just unbelievable coverage. We got free Wi-Fi. You got tons of food options.